Good evening. I hereby call to order this meeting of the Triton Regional School Committee on September 21st, 2022 at 7 p.m. I'm Linda Lukowski, Chair of the School Committee. This meeting is being audio and video recorded. I'm going to read our vision statement. We are a community of learners known for our unwavering commitment to meeting the needs of all students. Through the adoption of best practices and our active partnership with families and the wider community who are united in supporting the development of engaged, successful, responsible, resilient learners. Students will be well prepared to be ethical, empathetic, and contributing citizens. Can we rise to say the Pledge of Allegiance? The next item is the chairperson's remarks. I'm going to keep this brief, but I'd like to say I wanted to take a moment to say thank you to our administrators. I know the past 3 years have been hard, and the work that you and your staff have been doing for our students and families has been incredible. So I just wanted to take a moment and tell you how much the school committee and the administration appreciates all that you've done. And I know the hard work is yet to begin. The next item is the oral communications from the public. Members of the public may address the committee for up to 3 minutes, longer with the permission of the chairperson. The committee will not engage in a discussion on topics raised during public comment, but may choose to add the topic to future agenda. This agenda segment will be limited to 15 minutes. Are there any members of the public who wish to address the committee? Seeing none. The consent agenda, there are no donations this month. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? The student representative, Stacy Bolio, did reach out to me that we do have a student rep for next month. His name is Andrew Doherty, and he'll be joining us next month. New business. Would any members like to raise items for inclusion on a future agenda? Next item is the school improvement plans. The bulk of our evening is going to be spent on the annual school improvement plans presentations. And because we start with Newberry every year, Mrs. Yando.
Now it's on, okay. I like going first because I grew up last name Yando, so I always went last, so it's like a treat. I'd like to introduce Ginny King, my co-chair of the school council. And I'm going to start with the first page. I just want to want you to take a look at the pictures. The first picture there are our kindergartners at the end of this year at their graduation. And then if you move to the right, you can see that those are our 6th graders. One of their last days at NES, they were dressed up with their crazy outfits. It's tradition on the last day of school. They come dressed a little crazy, and I walk them through the halls. So just wanted to beginning and end. And then we're going to move through to page. I'm going to get right to the good stuff. Page 6. So our school improvement plan has 2 goals. The first is to improve a learning environment that fosters resilient students who utilize strategies and skills for social and academic success. And our second goal is an academic goal. Students would demonstrate 80% typical growth in the area of mathematics and literacy as determined by iReady assessments in grades 2 to 6. And iReady, typical growth is 100% according to iReady. And I'll talk a little more about that when I talk about our progress toward the goals. But first, I want to talk about some of our action steps. A lot of it is review, things that we continue to do that are best practices in education and are part of the district initiatives. So we are constantly reviewing the curriculum maps. The teachers do that in grade level teams to make sure they're following the scope and sequence and meeting the curriculum needs. And then the next section is analyze data. We have 3 data meetings a year. And at those data meetings, we're looking at different types of data, ELA and math. And there are 3 questions that we ask the teachers. And I just have to commend my teachers. When they come to the data meetings, they've already analyzed the data. And so we can really dig in deep and get right to work what we need to do for our next steps, what they might need for resources. But just so you have some idea how the meeting goes, we have 3 questions. I always ask them, how does your data look? How does your current data guide your instruction? We talk a lot about Tier 1 and Tier 2. And then most importantly, what types of collaboration may you need with others to help support all students? Because it's a team effort for the reading and math specialists working with the class teachers, and it's all working together. And Mr. Stuccio and myself supporting the teachers. Without the support and the collaboration, they can't do their job. So that's a real top priority. So all our discussions are around that. And as a result of our data meetings, we identify students who may need Tier 2 interventions, and we set up those groups. We monitor student progress from the fall into the winter and into the spring. So it's a real working time where we're analyzing it, and Brian's actually going to be coming to some of our data meetings when he visits on the 27th. So that will be fun for him to see those in action. And then from our data meetings, we really look at multi-tier systems of support. Of course, Tier 1 is our core classroom instruction, which really has a lot to do with differentiation instruction. This is what all students should be receiving, but the teacher also should be differentiating instruction in Tier 1 to meet the students' needs. Tier 2 is different things we can provide the students. It's supplemental core instruction. Some of the things that we might provide kids are a double dose of foundations, reteaching math and focus lessons, and we use as a math program Bridges interventions. And of course, our Tier 3 is intensive and core instruction. You can see some examples of that. We continue to follow the district literacy plan, which was well developed, and this is we talk about this at our data meetings as well. And then a big key thing is, as I said, differentiation instruction. We want to make sure students are getting what they need, and they're all different, and they all have different needs. So we spend a lot of time looking at flex time is our 30 to 40 minute time that each grade level has where students are getting what they need, whether it's enrichment or something retaught, and it moves all the time. That's why data is so important to guide our instruction in the classroom and what students need. So all of this is really connected to our data meetings. You can see some of the different types of instruction that we give kids for reading. There's some examples there. Writing, and then math. Math continues to be a real area of focus. I think we have, our ELA is looking good, but math, we are continually working on that. And I think, in particular, I would say our 3rd grade, those are the students that we're really noticing having some difficulties, our current 3rd graders, and that is a real correlation to the pandemic. So we see pockets of different things from the pandemic, but we're continuing to work together in trying to make sure students are getting what they need. And then social emotional PBIS curriculum and supports. I just want to talk about a few things that we have in place for this year. We're very fortunate to have the 0.5 social worker, so I want to thank you for making that happen, because what that's allowed us to do is kind of our guidance counselor. We kind of sat down with them and we looked at caseload. So the guidance counselor has a certain group of kids, but our social worker is working with some of those families that really may need some outside resources. And so it's really been successful, and she's already made an impact with some of the families. So thank you again for putting that through, because it was needed and it's already making a difference. So when we look at some of our social emotional curriculums. We continue to use zones of regulation, but I kind of want to highlight the students that are receiving this support. So we have 37 students who participate in social emotional support groups. That can be small group, and a lot of times that might happen at lunch bunches or different things, but they go in and they get the supports that they need. We have 11 students who are participating in social lunch groups. This is data from last year. 32 students who are seen individually by the guidance counselor. And then we have 8 students who are seen individually by the speech and language pathologist. So the total of numbers of students that are really receiving Tier 2 instruction is 88 students. So this is really key. And if students aren't regulated and they don't feel good about themselves and we don't address their social, emotional needs, they're not going to learn in the classroom. So this is a real focus, and that's why it remains one of our goals, because after the pandemic, we see kids who might have anxiety that didn't have it before. There were a lot of different things that happened during the pandemic for kids, and it was really interesting that those kids that you thought were going to fall apart, they did great, and kids that you thought would handle it fine fell apart. So we're making sure that kids have all those supports so they can learn. Okay, moving on to page 9. Page 9, and we collect data on office referrals. Last year we had 67 recorded office referrals involving Mr. Estuccio or myself. Those are things that might happen on the playground or in the classroom that they come to us. We have a very explicit sheet that the teachers follow, so they know exactly if something happens, what comes to Mr. Estuccio and myself, what they should deal with in the classroom. And so that really helps us streamline the kids that really need to come see us that we need to work with. And then the bus referrals last year was very minimal, only 7. Because we had a lot of students who weren't riding the bus with the pandemic, but let me tell you, we have students riding the bus now. I put them on the bus at the end of the day, and they start at the beginning of the gymnasium, they go all the way to the end. And today we had to talk a little bit about CARES on the bus, because there was one bus, they were been doing a little screaming and having too much fun, so we had to kind of review those expectations. So I'm hoping tomorrow I get a good report. Page 10. Is our spring MCAS data, and I really want to highlight grade 6. If you look at meeting or exceeding expectations in English language arts, 78% of our students did, and then in mathematics, 60%. And what happens before is so important. I really like to focus on when they're leaving us, how they're performing, because it's an effort from the minute they come in preschool all the way up to 6th grade. All the teachers are involved, and we all work together and collaborate. And I always tell the teachers that everyone is in charge of every kid at NES. We all work together. They're all our students. And I really like to send that message because students know that as well. And students need to know that they belong, we know who they are, and that we're there to support them. So I can't say enough about the teachers at NES. They work so hard, and a lot of these results are analyzing the data and putting interventions in place to making sure the kids get what they need. And then page 11 shows our local benchmark data, our iReady Spring. And the data on here you can see, but I also kind of want to talk about what it looks like last year at the beginning of the year, mid-year, and the winter for math. At the beginning of the year, we had 26 students who were at mid or above grade level. In the winter, it went up to 47, and by the end of the year, we had 68 students in 68% of our students in grades 2 to 6 were at mid or above grade level. So you can kind of see the progress throughout the year. And then in our ELA, we had 56% students who were at or above grade level in the fall of 21. Winter, it moved up to 70%, and then the spring, we were at 80%. So you can kind of see the progress, and you can kind of look on here and see how they did at each grade level. But I kind of wanted to share the overall school picture so you had an idea of that as well. And I really want to commend the kindergarten and grade 1 teachers. We're really front-loading at NES, making sure they're getting the interventions. One of the best things I did last spring was take a science of reading course with, there was a school psychologist from my school and the reading specialist, and it really shared a lot of the new research. And I really feel like as a building principal, if I don't know the research, what's out there, it's hard for me to guide the teachers and what best practices are. And so with a lot of what I learned, they're saying kindergarten to grade 1 is where you really front load. You need to close the gap and you need to get those kids reading. So that's a focus we have. And one of the programs that we're using is Haggerty. Of course, we have foundations in Haggerty, and that really has made a difference in our students. You can see that, but core instruction, by the end of the year, was 84% of the students in kindergarten were at core instruction, and in grade 1, 87. And that has to do with the work starting from preschool right up through grade 1. Then I'm going to move you along to page 13. And I want to just talk about some of the highlights of our social emotional goal. So again, our goal is to provide a learning environment that fosters resilient students who utilize strategies and skills for social, emotional, and academic success. I just really want to draw your attention to utilize strategies and skills. We're learning from collaborative problem solving. At the beginning of the year, we had a speaker, and he talks about if kids don't have the skills, they're not going to be able to do what they need to do. And a lot of times I think we have high expectations for students, but we have to look back and see if they have the skills. So we really want to teach the skills so they are successful in school. So some of our priority action steps are, of course, PBIS, positive behavior interventions and supports. And of course, we continue to use CARES, cooperation, assertion, responsibility, empathy, and self-control. That's language we use starting in preschool right up through. The kids understand what it is. And I really believe that it's lifelong skills that they can use. We also, this is something that the teachers read a book at our PLC meetings that we have once a month. We have a instructional support team where teachers bring kids forward if they're maybe having difficulties, and we brainstorm as a team. And Mr. Stucci and I kind of started looking at the data that was coming in, and a lot of it had to do with executive function for students. So I said to him, we have to put something in place, so we're addressing this as a school. So I had the teachers read a book, and then we put together a handbook that each grade level from preschool to 6 identified strategies that they were going to teach. And it kind of got on the back burner because of COVID, but we're bringing it to life, and we're going to start implementing it this year. And we're going to have the teachers at each grade level kind of share their strategies so the whole school knows. So when a child is learning a strategy in preschool, in kindergarten, when they get to first grade, the first grade teacher knows what strategies have been taught. So we want to give the skills to be successful. And this, these are skills like organization in the classroom, keeping your materials organized. One of the things the 5th grade teachers put together was like a survival kit when you change classrooms, because that can be hard for a student who has organizational difficulties going to 3 teachers. And now in 4th grade, we have content teachers, so they're going to 3 different teachers. So anything to help them organize and make it through the day successful. So that's something that we're still in the initial implementation, but we're excited to bring that to the forefront, because it's one of those things that I think the teachers are probably thinking, oh, we read that book, we came up with all these strategies, and then nothing happened with it. Well, surprise, it's going to come back, and we're going to be doing that. And I also want to have a parent night where the parents can come in and see what we're teaching at each grade level, because a lot of these strategies you can use at home as well. We continue to implement the social emotional curriculums, the social thinking curriculum, zones of regulations, and mindfulness activities. I still do my deep breathing with the students in the morning. I think some of the older kids, I know they do it, but I can see them in the auditorium not doing it, but I've caught them in the classroom doing it before. And the little ones do it. And one of the things we did on opening day, we had a opening day assembly, and I went through the breathing with the kids to make sure they all understood. You're gonna inhale 1, 2, 3 through the nose, exhale. And I say to them, if you have anxiety or you just need a break, go for a walk and practice your breathing. Some of the kids tell me they've been practicing the breathing, but it's something that I really feel that kind of sets the day, and it's a strategy that they can use if they get nervous or if they just need a break. New this year are PASS, the Social Emotional Learning Curriculum. Julie Benson, as you know, is going to be our .3 teacher. She hasn't really taught any lessons yet. I don't know if she's at Salisbury or Pine Grove right now, but we're excited to have her there. And Paths is going to be the curriculum she's going to be using with K to 5. And then the older kids are having Emoji? Okay, Emoji, for grade 6. Of course, we continue to keep families involved in students' education because that's key. If we don't have the partnership with our families, students aren't going to succeed. So we'd like to send the message that contact us, and you can see all the different ways that we communicate. We continue to use multi-tier systems of supports to help students. And then I'm going to have Ginny talk a little bit about our action to conduct a community needs assessment to identify nutrition and wellness concerns for families and students and where we're going with that. That was really the focus of our school council, and Ginny was really involved with that. So you want to share a little bit about that, Ginny?
Is this on? Okay. Can you hear me? Is this good? All right, I'll try to talk loudly regardless. Before I get into that, I did just want to piggyback off of what Ms. Yando had said about front loading in terms of kindergarten and first grade. So I have a preschooler, I have a kindergartner, and I have a second grader currently at Newbury Elementary, and I've definitely felt it at home, the reading and everything too. So I just wanted to say, appreciate the front loading because I do see it and feel it in my own kids. So just wanted to give that parent's perspective on that as well. In terms of our focus last year, in terms of nutrition, I have lots of opinions about nutrition because I'm a dietitian, so it's kind of my job. And in order to learn well, we need to be well nourished, right? To function as adults and as kids, it's really important. So part of our goal, again, was to focus on helping students in a holistic way, at least from my perspective. So again, we created a survey for families as well as staff at Newbury Elementary just to kind of get perspectives and opinions and feedback about what they thought about nutrition, if it was important to them, if they cared a lot, if they didn't care at all. You know, sometimes we have these great ideas to provide support and activities and education for the community, but maybe there's a disconnect because it's not really what they want, right? So we thought this was a great survey to gather information and just see, is there an interest, is there a need, is there a way that we can fill it as a community to continue to support, again, the holistic learning. So I did put together lots of information, which again, I'm happy to share in another regard, or if anyone has any interest or questions. But it was really insightful to get some feedback about, you know, what families thought about their own kids' nutrition and if the school played a role in that environment or if it didn't, for example. And again, same thing with the teachers about what they felt or if they felt that is nutrition or anything like that impacting students' learning, or how's the current setup going, or if there's any areas to intervene on or assess or evaluate and maybe have an opportunity to provide some education or support, maybe in a professional development day, or again, just guide any potential future interventions that might be meaningful, not just to the community, but also to the educators who, again, provide that learning day-to-day basis.
And part of the work of the school council this year is to kind of research and get speakers and different things that kind of will help promote well-being for students. And if we do that, we will open it up to the other schools as well, because we all need to work together and support one another within the 3 elementary schools. And I just want to say how much I enjoy working with Nicole and Catherine. I'm just going to stick it in before I do the next goal, because since this, I feel like I have a real partnership, and we support one another, and we all have our different strengths, and we call one another when we need things. So I just had to put a plug in for those 2. Okay, now my academic goal. Students would demonstrate 80% typical growth in the areas of mathematics and literacy as determined by iReady assessments in grades 2 to 6. And I just, you don't have the data in the school improvement plan, but I just kind of want to share how it looks at NAS. It's quite fascinating because iReady said typical growth is 100%. And so when I went through and I looked at each grade level in reading and math, just for example, like grade 2, their annual typical growth, all the students together was 142%. But then when you dig a little deeper and you look at the percentage of students who are at 100%, we only have 77%. So we're not quite at our goal. And in grade 3, if you look at the whole grade level, it's 165%, but the percentage of students who are at 100% are 71. For fourth grade, 185%. Fifth grade, 157%, and sixth grade, 198%. But then we have those percentage of students who haven't met there. So in fourth grade, we have 71% of students who've met, 70 in grade 5, and 69 in grade 6. So when you look at the whole grade level, you're like, wow, we're doing great. But you need to dig a little deeper and look at the percentage of students who are not there. So we want to keep going. We want to have everyone at 80%. And in math, our typical growth for grade 2 is 75%. That is our current third graders, where I'm saying we're kind of seeing those students are missing some skills, and I think that's a direct correlation to the pandemic. Grade 3, 115% typical growth. Grade 4, 170. Grade 5, 139. And grade 6, 186%. So that's telling me that we have a lot of students who are making some really nice growth. But when you look at the percentage of students who have met the 80%, in grade 2 we have 29%. So that's that group that we're really concerned about and we're really doing a lot of work with. Grade 3, 63%. In grade 4, we met the goal, 90% of them. In grade 5, 68. In grade 6, 87. So those are the two grade levels that met the goal of 80%. And this plan is through 2024, so we're hoping to have everyone there. And maybe even next year increasing it from 80 up to 90 or even 100% growth. So it's interesting when you look at data. You can, if I just shared the annual typical growth, it would have looked great, but you have to dig down a little deeper. As you know, data can be represented in a lot of different ways, so you have to look at it in a lot of different ways to make sure you're meeting your goal. So our priority action around our academic goal, we continue with math and focus. That's a big program, and every year the teachers dig a little deeper and find like parts of the program that they weren't even aware of. It's huge. There's so many different components. So one thing that we do to help teachers have time with that is we have a math implementation team where we start with kindergarten up through grade 6, and we have different representation, and we talk about how is it going, what are the issues we're having, what kind of supports. We look at MCAS data, we look at a lot of different things, and we really only meet now 2 times a year because we're in a good place with that. But math continues to be a struggle, and so we want to make sure that we still are meeting across grade levels to make sure that we have supports in place. And the conversations they have are amazing. When you get a kindergarten teacher talking about what happens in kindergarten teacher, and then you have a 6th grade teacher talking about what they're doing in 6th grade, and just you find themes in each grade levels, and then we can kind of set a goal as like the math implementation team. What do we want to focus on as a school? And it wouldn't be effective if you did it per grade level, but having the grade levels K to 6 really makes a difference. One of the things we did to help with our geometry, we continuation with the calendar math, and we make a focus on geometry, and that's really kind of made a difference in our scores. Just the vocabulary that the students are going to come across in testing, state testing, and just, doing that every day. There's so much knowledge that they can get with calendar math, and so we're doing that in grades K to 5. And again, we use our multi-tiered systems of supports. We have those intervention programs that students need. And flex time is key because there might be a concept a student might get one time. In flex time, they don't need to be in an intervention group, but there may be another concept that they're teaching that a student has issues with. So we're constantly moving those groups in flex time, which you need to. And we're constantly differentiating in the classroom to make sure they're getting what they need. And of course, this year, you know about the new ELA curriculum, Amplify, CKLA, and I just have to say, it's overwhelming for the teachers, so it's really important that we're giving them time and we have that plan. There's a lot of new components. It's new for them. It's a new way of thinking and teaching. So we're making sure we're going to meet 5 times our ELA implementation team. We're really going to focus on that. To see how it's going for them, what kind of supports they need, because it's huge, and they all have like a time blocked out that they need to teach it in. And the nice thing is that writing is integrated, where in the past it's been kind of separate, but it's all going to be together. So I think eventually, once they get into it and the newness wears off and they understand more about it, they're going to be a little more excited. But I have to say it's overwhelming for them. There's a lot of curriculums they need to teach, but I know Anna has a lot of PD for the teachers, which is key when you get a new program, so I'm hoping that we maintain the ELA. A lot of times when you implement a new program, you see a little bit of a dip, but we're going to try to maintain that and keep going up and up. It's not dipping down, so we'll see how it goes. Foundations, we do in grades K to 3. We're continuing that. And I talked earlier about Haggerty, which we do in grades pre-K to 1. And Mary Jo Lagana was telling me one day, she asked the kids, what's your favorite thing about preschool? And this little girl raised her hand. I just love when you do Haggerty. It's so much fun, Mary Jo. So they like it. And it is making a difference. We noticed in the kindergarten data. So they like that. Are we going to do Haggerty today? They think it's fun. So that's key to make sure they think it's fun. And then something new this year, across the district, we've been really focusing on empowering writers, but because CKLA has a writing component, we're moving the empowering writers to just around our social studies writing. So that's a new shift for the teachers as well. And there's that Amplify CKLA for ELA, instruction for grades K to 5. And like I said, it's a huge learning curve for the teachers, but we're providing time for them to collaborate. That's the key when you bring anything new on, is giving teachers time to really learn the program and work together. So, and then the last page is always my favorite, that Newbury Elementary School will provide students with an intellectually stimulating learning environment. Teachers will continue to seek professional development, and students will be encouraged to apply their individual talents, abilities, and natural curiosity. Students will acquire social and academic skills in the classroom and become active lifelong learners and productive citizens. And there are last year's seniors, all the NES students. This is like the highlight of the year when they come back, because they almost act like elementary students. They get out on the playground, they play kickball, and they get excited, and they just reminisce as you're walking them through the hallways. And last year, we weren't able to have them in the building, but it was so much fun this year. I mean the year prior, last June, I did bring them through, this past June, but the year before they were outside. It just didn't have the same feel. They were excited, but when they're going through the school, you hear them talk, and they get so excited, and they see former teachers, and it's just the highlight. So I'm glad that tradition started, and you can see them there. Okay, does anyone have any questions?
Does anybody have any questions? Marissa?
Marissa, you have any questions?
Can I just add one clarifying point that I should have said before, but I was trying to keep this short and sweet, and I didn't want to add to the length of the meeting. A reminder that these are 3-year plans, right? So we're in year 2 of a 3-year plan. That's the structure. It's not a new plan that's rewritten every year. They're 3-year goals, and this is the 2nd year update on those goals. So the expectation isn't that all the goals that were set out in the 3-year plan are achieved at this point in the plan.
Thanks, Linda. So thank you, Beth. I think this was, I always appreciate that you are willing to be the one who comes up first and starts off, because I know, when I ask my kids who wants to go first, they're like, the other one. But I do have a couple questions. So in 1C and 1D, which goes to the SEL curriculums, I was just curious, there are a lot listed there. Are those kind of used opportunistically, or are those?
What page are you on, Marissa?
Sorry, 13.
13, okay.
Yeah.
So what are you looking at? Say that again.
I'm looking at social thinking, zones of regulation, mindfulness activities, paths, PBIS, and CARES. Are all of those being explicitly taught to all students, or are those sort of opportunistic based on who needs them, or?
No, I would say they're, well, the paths in the 6th grade program, those are initial, but PBIS and CARES, we're teaching that, we continually teach that. So that's in full implementation. The executive function is going to be an initial, and that's something we're going to start with. But yeah, zones of thinking curriculum, we have it in the building. I mean, you hear kids talking about there are different strategies that kids use.
Yep.
So Daryl Kukowski, my speech and language pathologist, will go in classrooms and kind of start and kind of train the teachers, and then teachers can remind the kids. Like one of the things, like the size of the problem. We talk a lot about, is that a big problem, little problem? So that language is used throughout the school. And then zones of regulation of the different zones you're in. And it was funny, I was walking with a student who was having difficulty the other day, and I didn't even know, he's in kindergarten, I didn't even know he knew about zones of regulation. He goes, I'm in the red zone, and I'm thinking, yes, you are. So, I mean, they're using the posters that are in the hallway, so they can articulate that. So that is used throughout the school. I'm not quite sure with the new social emotional curriculum, if this might get pushed to the side, because that might be something in there that replaces this, but right now, it's something we use, and we have it throughout the school, and we use the language.
Okay, thank you. And I think that was part of what my question was going to, because when we were talking about paths, it seems to duplicate some of these, so I was expecting to sort of see them drop out, but maybe that's a down the road sort of thing, not an
I think we
immediate.
probably need to get a couple years implementation of PATH, so everyone's on board, understands what the components are.
It was big, so I totally understand that.
And this really works for kids, like they know what zone they're in, and they can articulate how they're feeling. So if a child's in the red zone, you give them their space, and then they let you know when they're coming into the green or yellow, so.
Absolutely. On 1E, which is the involvement of families in a student's education, I was just wondering if you are measuring that at all, and if so, I mean, I think it's a big thing to kind of undertake if you've seen improvements based on the initiatives that you've put in place.
Well, we do have a Facebook page. We can see how many followers, and that's constantly increasing. And if we post a video or whatever, we can see how many people are looking at that. But, I mean, we do have some people who, families that aren't, they don't always know. I don't know if they're reading who's like reading the newsletter and who's not. I mean, people are busy. We try to really streamline our information on Friday afternoon, so it's just one day. Because if you're getting emails all the time from us, you're not going to read them. So we try to do things on Friday. But we kind of monitor to see if we're getting an increase on Facebook, because you can see the number of followers. And just, so I guess that's probably the best way. And I mean, parent information nights, who's coming to open house. So it's kind of hard to measure, but we can, I would say Facebook's our best way to see if it's getting out, and then, yeah, so it's kind of a hard one to measure, but I would say in Facebook, we can see that it's increasing, and I think it's working for a lot of families because they know what's going on.
Yeah, I think that's a tough thing to figure out how to do, is the connectedness. So I'm interested in what you're doing that's really working well, and what, you know, what either the district could use as part of the new communications initiative, or, you know, that type of thing.
Yeah, I think that's going to be big.
And my last thing was, I had actually written down, like, I would love it if these growth charts were available, and you gave us the information verbally. I don't know if there's a way, and maybe this is a Brian question, if there's a way to link those growth charts, because it would just be nice to see over the duration of the plan, kind of where, you know, kind of where you are to your goals. Like you said, you may move your goalpost, but just how that improvement's happening. Clearly you have the data. It would be nice just to, even if it was a graph or something that was very generic.
Yeah, I can add some more of that last year. I didn't this year because we're coming off the pandemic.
Yeah.
And there's so many variables, and it goes to 2024. So I actually completed this, and then I kind of, to be honest, I started looking a little more at this. So that's why I don't have it included. But I know I called Brian and I said, I'm going to share some data that I don't have in my school improvement plan. Is that okay? He said, that's fine. So next year I can put some more of this in that pertains to the goal.
That's perfect. It was just nice to be seen.
Yeah, absolutely. I know, and it's hard to really listen to it when you don't have it in front of you.
Yes. All right, and that was all I had. Thank you very much.
Can I just say, it speaks to the timing of school improvement plans. We've had a discussion about when the right time is. So these plans were the culmination of the work done by last year's school council. So we previously used to present these with the budgets in January. That makes for a very long night. So we've had some debates about, do we spend, you know, one entire evening together, or is it when's the right time? So just to say, I don't know that September is the ideal time to present these as far as the process. It might make the most sense as far as structure and timing and your meeting schedules and all that, but just to say that's a discussion we're having as well.
The iReady typical growth, is that sort of over a year from like third grade, or from the end of third grade to the end of fourth grade, then that fourth grader has done.
Yeah, it's from the beginning of the year until the end of the year. Yep.
Is that roughly corresponding to like a grade level of reading or a grade level of mathematics,
Yes.
if they're
Yep.
hitting that typical growth? So when we're saying that 150% typical growth for a fourth grader, you know, those numbers were high averaged, you know. So they're growing what the system expects over fourth grade, from like fourth grade through the middle of fifth grade, is kind of what 150% means. Okay. So we have about 70% across all of those grades
Yeah, I would
meeting
say
the
so,
typical
yeah.
growth here.
You know, and like I said, the one I'm really concerned about is that grade 2 group, in math especially, because they're only at 29%. So, and there are a lot of different reports you can run in iReady, which my math specialist, Laura Page, is kind of a guru in iReady. So I'm like, Laura, see if you can find a report, and she'll come back, and then she'll work with the reading specialist. So we sat down and we kind of looked at this. So it's fascinating the way you can drill down and look at different things. So it's really good information to help your instruction.
So a lot of those averages for the whole grade level were, you know, pushing 150%. And if 70% or so are making 100% progress, but then your average overall, we have a lot of students making 2 years of growth
Yes, we do.
in a year. And I guess my question is, so if we've got that many students making that much growth, you know, third grade through sixth grade, are some of those kids must be getting very far ahead of like the typical instruction for that grade level. And then if we've got that number that's at 70% are making the growth, we must also, and it's averaging out to 150, we must also have a number of students who are like 50% growth. So I guess my question is, with those numbers, are we graduating out of sixth grade a lot of students who are at a typical level already of like 8th, 9th grade math or reading? And then do we have a lot of students coming out of sixth grade who are more like third or fourth grade level, or is it kind of mixing and matching who's making?
I think it's mixing and matching, and I mean, what this data really speaks to is the differentiation of instruction, because Tier 1 isn't just teaching to the whole class, it's really grouping your students and differentiating the instruction, so the kids who need some higher level are getting that, and the kids who need more instruction are getting that. So, and I think that's what we're going to find with the CKLA. It's new, but I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities to do that. And I think when you talk Tier 1 instruction, a lot of times teachers are thinking, I'm teaching to the whole class, but good Tier 1 instruction is differentiating your instruction. You're teaching a concept, but at different levels. So, and I think that's the hard thing for teachers. When you have all those kids in your room and they're at different places, and you're asking them to differentiate, you need to give them time and collaboration to be able to do that successfully. And that, a lot of what is out of flex blocks too. You might do a pre-assessment and you see this kid already knows everything, so what are you going to do with them? You need to sit together and provide something at flex block. And when you're teaching the concept in the classroom, you need to make sure that you're differentiating so students aren't sitting there learning something they already know. And I think that's the challenge of teaching, but we need to, we can always improve on that. That answers, yeah.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
So the data that you were sharing was beginning to end of year benchmark assessments for last year, right?
Yes.
So that's not against a standard, but against their performance at the beginning of the year
Yes.
to their performance at the end of the year. So let's not forget the last 2.5 years and what that meant. So the starting point is lower. So that, I'm reading the data as we're having these discussions more about the rebound than it is about a large number of students who are that far ahead. Is that a fair statement?
Anna? No.
About that as well.
Anna's got a,
Sorry.
yeah, no, please.
So
More expert than me.
sometimes it's actually the students who start out below grade level that experience the most growth too. So you could have a student who came in at or above grade level who only experiences 50% growth, and they're still at or above grade level when they leave. So it's kind of that hard balance between achievement and growth. So I think it's good that you're digging in that deeply to that.
Yeah, and the other thing that I really get excited about is when you get the MCAS results back and you see the student growth percentile. As I was talking to the sixth grade teachers today, and we had some kids at like 99% growth. And that's just, so I kind of want to, in my free time, because I can be a nerd sometimes, I want to look at the MCAS student growth percentile and really look at the iReady and see if I can find a direct correlation. But I think student growth is really what you want to look at, because you may have a student who's not on grade level, but what have they made for growth? Because that tells that they're learning something and the instruction's been good. You want to get everyone on grade level, but there are the students who aren't on grade level, but what has their growth been in a year?
Anybody else have any other questions? I just want to say that, I always say this, that it takes a village to run our schools and for parents too, and it's nice to see that you have parents coming in and learning about their kids and what they're learning, especially math, because the way we did math many years ago is different than the way they learn math. So, also, the fact that you're working with the other principals and helping each other, especially during this time when some schools may have more difficult children than other schools, and just helping them understand how you work with your students compared to how they work with their students is probably a good way for them to understand how things work. I know I'm not saying this correctly, but Paul took what I was going to say, but the nutrition part of it, when you put out the surveys, did you get any feedback yet?
Yes.
Could you say what parents were excited about? Or
So I don't have it right in front of me, and again, happy to follow up for more summarization of that. Generally speaking, there's definitely an interest in some parents, and definitely a complete lack of interest in other regards. I think one of the things I really struggled with, and a phrase that kept coming up in the survey results, was meal planning. Meal planning, and snacks. So those were kind of phrases that seem to be consideration for the families in particular. As far as staff, we kind of asked some questions, again, are you feel like your kids are alert? Are they hydrated? Or, how are things like that? And I think from their perspective, at least from teachers, they think that their kids are coming nourished, and they're really impressed with like the school lunches and what they're seeing, again, from the school lunch program, but also of kids who are not participating in it, what they're bringing in from home as well. So I think teachers are feeling pretty good overall in terms of like for nutrition for their kids, for the students. But I'm just going to go with this. I don't know. But again, but they might be interested in getting some more information. And there was a question specifically about how can we infuse some nutrition topics into maybe some curriculum, and how to normalize talking about food. Because during the pandemic, at least in my practice, what I see a lot of is disordered eating, because there's a lot of weight gain that a lot of kids experienced, as well as adults. And we know that when we gain weight, sometimes there's bullying, and there can be uncomfortable feelings and trickiness. And I work with a lot of disordered eating in my practice, not like a traditional anorexia, bulimia type, but just a really tricky relationship with food that can manifest. A lot of guilt and shame, and this concept of good and bad food. And then, kids sometimes overeat, and, and then they undereat, and then it affects their sleep, it affects their performance in school, it affects their behavior. So these are things that are kind of important for me, because again, I work with a lot of people with these eating disorders after the fact, and how can we kind of maybe start in an educational setting to normalize talking about food and what's an appropriate way to discuss food, because food for a lot of people is tricky, and it's so much more than something to eat. And I always say that I'm a dietitian because I took a 7th grade home economics class, and I loved it. I had no idea as a kid that food had nutrients in it. I thought I ate food because my mom made it. And I think there's just a really big opportunity, in terms of like front loading, like what we think and what we believe about food. And again, if it's a way that we can identify any needs to, again, provide support to either families or teachers, because I think in this survey results too, teachers don't know what to say. They don't know the vocabulary. They don't know about resources in the community. And sometimes in terms of nutrition, there certainly are dietitians and nutritionists, but sometimes a lot of it falls on the school nurse, for example, or the PCP or the pediatrician's office. But they're not really trained or skilled in that set. So also just connecting and letting people in the community, or even, again, staff know that there are professionals out there to help them through these tricky things about food. Because if it doesn't get kind of addressed in the elementary level, it goes in through the middle school, and then it goes into the high school, and it can get really difficult to deal with some of these difficult things with food. And from my perspective, in terms of like math literacy, or how can we talk about, I do a lot of math in my line of work, and, but basic math, percentages, is there a way that in the elementary school setting, maybe we could, if we're focusing on this math and helping students with word problems, can they involve nutrition? Can they look at the food facts label? Can they calculate, convert grams to kilocalories or something like that? So again, just kind of curious, again, what might be an interest and how we might implement these things so that people have really good diets and eating behaviors, so that they can, again, meet the mission of the school, which is to have, high functioning citizens and people who can give back to their community. But you can't really do that if we're not really well nourished. And again, off topic here, but we did our survey kind of in tangent with the Wellness Committee, which also put out a nutrition survey, which got lots of good data as well. And it was kind of not surprising, but 25% of students in the high school level, approximately, here in Triton have some type of eating disorder that was self-identified on that report. So that's a big number, between 1 in 4 and 1 in 5 of high schoolers. And again, a lot of these things manifest and start in elementary school with, again, getting that tricky relationship with food. And some research suggests that girls in particular can go on their first diet at age 6. So these things that's troubling to think that, kids might be thinking about diets, or again, hearing terminology in their own home, especially again during the pandemic when there was lots of weight gain and things like that. I'm definitely going off tangent and talking beyond the survey results. And again, I'd like to provide you with more information if you're interested. And I do have a PowerPoint that I put together, again, summarizing all that information, but that would get very long-winded, and I'm not known for my brevity. So, but I can certainly follow up with that, but that's just where I was, the basic gist of all that information. So sorry for going off topic, but again, I just feel really passionately about, again, supporting nutrition, again, in the school. And I also want to give a shout out to our food service director. I think she's done a really great job. She has phenomenal energy, and we share a lot of the same beliefs, about it, in terms of how and when to implement some nutrition considerations. Because again, I work with so many adults who are very high functioning, and they just lack kind of the basic skills about eating. We need to eat every day. Let's just improve that and make it better for a lot of people, so we're not crashing in the afternoon.
Thank you. Yeah, our food service director is great. She's part of the reason that we have that food program, because she really advocated hard to us, to our legislators and stuff, to have that done. I think I have a question for Anna. You spoke about the Haggerty program. Is that offered at all 3 elementary schools? And now that we have full-day K for parents that want to have their children go in, it's nice to see you have a program, and the kids are loving that program at that level. I want to thank you for the work that you and your staff do, and keep up the good work.
Thank you. Okay, next.
And I think up next is Nicole, yes. Nicole, can you put your microphone on? There you go.
Is that good? All right. I talk so loud, so. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Thousands. Do I need to start over? No, okay. So I had spoke about our professional development last year, talking about connecting responsive classroom to social emotional well-being. So one of our kindergarten teachers, Paul White, he was a trained responsive classroom trainer, so he actually led us in professional development last year on responsive classroom and using those techniques and connecting it to classroom management, intensifying Tier 1 instruction, as well as connecting it to social emotional well-being of students. We also, we had our ISED committee, which is investing in social emotional development. That is our social emotional committee. Liz sat on that committee with me, and we did some great work with that committee. One thing that we did is we created school vacation backpacks filled with activities for students who struggle with change in routine and being away. Because a lot of people, they feel as if, you know, kids, they go on vacation, they're not in school, but we truly have a lot of students that struggle with change and they struggle when they're not at school. So we worked alongside with our PTA, and they helped us to create 50 backpacks that students that struggle with change and don't enjoy being away from school. And we took data from teachers, we took data from our guidance counselor, data from administration, and we sent kids home with backpacks. We did it on our winter break, and then we did it on our February break, as well as our April break. So that was really successful work that we did. Another thing we did, and I know that I spoke to this before, is we did create a wall in the conference room with every student's picture. And we had all staff come to our conference room, and they put a little dot under all the kids' faces. And we discovered, by taking this dot, we could discover which kids don't have relationships with adults in the school. Because we feel like relationships are the driving force of student success. So that was one of the top priorities at Pine Grove. Not only by putting the dots, but we also sent out a school-wide survey to all of the students. The survey was adapted to the younger students as well as the older students, and that survey was based on, do you have an adult in the school that you can go to? And we took that data as well as the dots under all of their pictures, and we discovered that there were 23 students in the school that didn't have a relationship with somebody in the school. So I thought that spoke volumes. And with those 23 students, myself, the guidance counselor, we sat down and we made sure that we made connections with those 23 students. So all students in the school had some sort of connection with an adult. We also, we continue to meet. They meet monthly. They meet before school on Thursdays, and I'm looking forward to seeing some of the work that the Social Emotional Community Committee will do this year. We also have Tracker, our therapy dog. This is his 5th year working at Pine Grove School. He's 11 now, so few more years with Tracker, but he's a celebrity. This year we had our police come in, we had our fire department come in. They did safety things. They talked about being friends with one another. One of our police sergeants came in. He worked with our 5th and 6th graders about bullying and social media and just making good choices and making sure that you follow PGS Pride and so forth. So those are some of the action steps that we took with our social emotional goal. Then moving on to mathematics, we did administer our universal screeners for number sense in kindergarten and 1st grade. We also implemented iReady, our math diagnostic, just as the other 2 schools did. That's that growth monitoring assessment in grades 2 to 6. The reason we don't do iReady in grades K to 1 is we felt that those results just weren't valid, and they didn't show a true picture of a kindergartner in 1st grade, where we're looking for students in kindergarten and 1st grade. We are really looking to see what is the foundation for number sense, because if they have strong number sense skills, then that's an indicator of how they're going to be as a mathematician in the future. So that is why we implement the universal screeners, and I'll talk a little bit more about that data. We also continue to meet with our data meetings. We do meet 3 times a year with due and progress monitoring every 6 weeks, but if there is a student that needs to be progress monitored more often, we make sure that we do that as well. One of our goals in mathematics is we were looking for trends in geometry when I created the school improvement plan last year along with the school council. We did notice and find trends in geometry, and we were noticing that there were some deficits in geometry, and that's why we chose that domain. I know we spoke about that last year. And so a lot of the action steps that we're taking right now are focused in the area of geometry. We took our results of geometry. We looked at our iReady math diagnostics. We also looked at some MCAS data, and then we developed a system for grade levels to use in the area of geometry. And what I mean by that is we developed a math implementation team this year. What that math implementation team did is they met, we had a representative from every single grade level on that math implementation team. We looked really close at the geometry data, and then what we did is we created a system where this year we're actually implementing it, where each grade level had an opportunity to teach and instruct in geometry for a short period of time every single day. And that's actually built into our master schedule this year. So every single grade level from kindergarten to 6 has a small block of time where they are reviewing and instructing in geometry. So that's something new that we're doing this year, but it came out of the math implementation team this past year, so that's why I'm speaking to that. And now we'll go on to the reading one. In reading, we did purchase decodable texts. Those are texts that are connected to decoding, but they're also connected to foundations. And teachers were given a voluntary geodes training where teachers would be trained in this. And basically all of the teachers in kindergarten 1 and 2, they all volunteered and they all went to the training. So that's one of those examples that I talked that speaks volumes to the teachers at Pine Grove. We also continue to administer the iReady reading assessment in grades 2 to 6, and we provided professional development for teachers to learn how to use iReady. How do you use these? How do you use this data and bring it back to your classroom? How can you form groups? And just as Beth had spoken about, there's a lot of things that you can do with the iReady system, but if you don't know how to do it, you lose that value in it. So we did provide professional development in that. Our PLC meetings and our professional development days were geared towards, as I said, the responsive classroom, and they are correlated and they're connecting. Even though I'm talking about a reading goal, doing the responsive classroom professional development, which you're working on social emotional well-being, you're working on classroom management. They're all connected, so therefore it would reflect in some of your reading scores and so forth. So all those professional development days. Co-teaching, I know I talk a lot about co-teaching. Pine Grove is, I would say we have 19 out of 22 teachers that have gone through a 3-day volunteer in the summer training. So, and one of the teachers out of the 22, she was hired like 2 weeks before school started, so she couldn't go to it. But I just think that speaks volumes about the teachers and how committed they are to the students and so forth. That's classroom teachers. Every single special education teacher at our school, whether they were hired this year, whether they were hired last year, they all volunteered and went to the program. 2 of our specialists, they are trained in co-teaching, as well as our reading specialist, our math specialist, our new reading interventionist. She went to the training, and basically we follow that co-teaching model. And not all classrooms, if you participate in co-teaching, it doesn't mean you're always going to be a co-teacher. It doesn't mean that you're in a classroom all day, every day. It could be that you're co-teaching an ELA block. It could mean that you're co-teaching a math block. It's based on what the needs are of the kids in that class. So our math specialist, for instance, she's co-teaching in one of the classes that she co-teaches in is a 5th grade classroom. And you go up there and you watch them and you look at them. She's out in the extended learning area and she's teaching one approach where you look into the classroom and the classroom teacher, he's working on one approach, and just to see it in action, you are hitting all kinds of learners. And so that's why I'm such an advocate for co-teaching. So that was something else that one of the action steps that we incorporated in reading. And then talking about our cultural proficiency goal, Some of the things that we did this year is we did have Sam Drazen, who has Treacher's-Collins syndrome. He did come. He did professional development for the for the staff. He ran an assembly for all grade levels, all about, having sympathy, having empathy, treating all others, treating everybody with kindness and so forth. Then he provided a professional development for the staff. How do you deal with difficult conversations in your classroom? What if a student feels like they're being bullied? What if a student is different? How do you teach acceptance to your students and so forth? And then at night, he worked with parents, and we had some students come over from Salisbury, another student with Treacher's-Collins syndrome, that came over, and we provided dinner to some of the parents, and they all got to sit with Sam, and it was just such a powerful day, and I just felt like we hit upon everyone, from the students to the parents to the community to everyone, and just teaching that whole, recognizing different cultures and having acceptance and so forth. Another thing that we did this year is we had a holiday sing-along, and our music teacher, we incorporated every single religion, every culture that we have at Pine Grove was embedded into that sing-along this year. So Mr. Brown did a great job with that. Continued to incorporate PGS Pride. Kudos to the high school that sent over the kids that did the inclusion team. They came over and they read stories about sensitivity and acceptance to all the students and worked with our second graders, so that was amazing. And then a former Triton student, Emily Sousa, she's an ambassador for the Tourette syndrome. She came to school and she did another huge sensitivity training for the entire school, so that was another powerful assembly where we're trying to recognize different cultures and acceptance and empathy and diversity and so forth. So those were some of the things that we worked on with that. All right, moving on. I'm on page 8, the MCAS data. And speaking about MCAS data, one thing that I would like to recognize in this data is grade 3. Trends in the past has shown that this grade level has been where we've struggled, and we haven't seen a lot of growth. To see that 72% of students are meeting or exceeding expectations was a huge celebration for us, so I was happy to see that. Also, looking at our 6th grade, another huge celebration. But I will say, even looking at this data, I feel like we're growing and we're moving, and that's what I always tell staff as we work together. All we're looking for is growth. There may not be students that are ever going to be on grade level, but if they're growing, that's all we care about, and every student can grow. We just need to figure it out. And I feel like we're doing a good job with that. I'm going to skip over the IRETA data just because I do talk about it in the goals a little bit, and I want to apologize too, just as Beth had said, is I don't have all my data on here. I really dug deep, and until the last minute, I finally got all the data together. So if I need to provide it, I will, and I'll kind of speak about it, but I understand how difficult it is if you don't have it in front of you. So now I'm moving on to our goals and just some of the changes that have taken place. Most everything has stayed the same. I'm looking at our goal by May 2024. Students will identify and use at least 3 strategies to support their social emotional well-being. They will use these strategies to self-regulate, problem solve, and make appropriate decisions with increasing levels of responsibility. We have not done the universal screener yet. I will say that I have met with Anna, I have met with Kara Brindley, who is our health and wellness coordinator, and with our new social emotional curriculum coming in, there's a lot of changes that are taking place, and I felt after chatting with everybody that that was something that I needed to wait on, so there's consistency moving with paths, and therefore there's that same message being sent out across the board. So I'm hoping that that is coming. We continue to do the PBIS with our PGS Pride. We do have our grade level assemblies where we teach those lessons to the kids. We do have our social emotional behavior team. I continue to work closely with our police department, our fire department. I currently just joined the veterans team, so I'm going to be working with them, so that should be fun. And then We are continuing with the zones of regulation, just as NES is, until the PATHS does get fully implemented, where I do know that they have a different common language. I know that Liz was on that committee, and she seems to really like it, so yes. And then responsive classroom. And I did make a change on 1F, and I think that's pretty self-explanatory why I changed that from the strong kids, healthy kids that we were using to the path. So that was one change that we made as a school council. Speaking about goal number 2, this is the data that I was talking about. All right. This is our math goal. So we divided our goals into 3 areas just because the littles, they use the universal screeners versus the other students from grades 2 to 6 where they are using the iReady. Focusing on that geometry domain in grades 2 to 6, but the younger grades focusing more on those number sense indicators that are going to build those big foundation skills. So I will say that some of the data in for grades kindergarten, grade kindergarten in 1, we had in spring 2021, 42% were proficient. Spring 2022, 66% of our kindergartners were proficient. And then I do have grade 1. That was just kindergarten. And then we have our first graders, and that's the one where at least 90% of first grade students will demonstrate proficiency with the addition of subtraction tasks on the universal screeners. We had spring 2021, 71% were proficient. And then we had in spring 2022, 82% were proficient. So definitely moving in that right direction. We do, students do take this universal screener 3 times a year. We do talk about it during our data meetings. We use all the data in our data meetings to not only focus on the kids, obviously we put in place tier 2 when students need extra support, but also the students that are above grade level because they need to be moving too. So we focus on those students that need more enrichment type activities. So across the board, students are focused on those. All right, so that is our kindergarten grade 1. And then we have our geometry, that our other goals, the grades 2 to 6. So we had whole school in the geometry domains. We had in the spring of 2021, 46% of students were proficient early, mid, or above grade level. And then spring 2022, 60% of our students. So we're certainly not at that 90% yet, but I feel that with some of the things that we have in place, especially with our math implementation team and the analyzing of the data that we're doing, as well as the geometry block that's built into our master schedule, that's going to be detrimental in helping this to rise that. So we're really focused on that right now and working with the geometry, and everyone in the school knows that that's a huge priority, so we are working there. In a line, working with, I think the big thing is focusing on the younger kids and building those foundation skills, and then hopefully you're not going to see in the older grades all these deficits that we're seeing in these certain areas. So that is the math goal. Then we have, so I talked about the implementing the universal screeners. We do diagnostic assessments 3 times a year. We're doing the growth monitoring. If kids need to be progress monitored, we make sure that we are following through with that. It could be every 6 weeks, but if it needs to be more, we do that as well. Math in focus. Obviously, we're very in tune with the pacing guides. Our math specialist, she is meeting with teachers constantly. She's constantly offering support to teachers. We're making sure Susan Resnick, she works for Math in Focus, and she'll come to schools, and we always take advantage of every workshops we can. And we're working right now to have all of our new teachers trained and so forth. So just really hone in on this math and being able to support our students in all areas of math. So I think that is anything there's nothing else new in math. And then, moving on. Yeah. And now we have our ELA. By 2024, at least 80% of the kindergarten and first grade students will achieve DIBELS, composite scores in the core range. And then that is goal 3A, and then goal 3B. 80% of the second and third grade students will be core range for the DIBELS oral reading fluency. And then goal 3C, by May 2024, 90% of all students in grades 4 to 6 will make at least typical growth as demonstrated by overall place and iReady. Once again, not all the students take it. The younger grade does the DIBELS, and so therefore that's why our goal is separated into different subgroups. So talking about the data towards our goal, the first goal was 80% of the kindergarten and first grade students will achieve DIBEL composite scores in the core range. So in 2021, 2022, students in grade 1 progressed from, they were 46%, and this is, Liz might cry because I just have to tell you a quick story with this one is, this was something that we all got like emotional at the end of the year, the whole first grade team and administration, and we really doubled down on these younger grades and looked at the data, and we noticed that there were so many kids that were below grade level. And so we did all hands on deck. We took schedules. We arranged everything so we could have 6 foundation groups because kids were not where they were supposed to be. I made all the phone calls personally to every single parent to explain to them why they would not be in the group that they thought they would be in. This doesn't mean that they're going to be in special education. This doesn't mean that we have huge concerns. This means we've got some work to do this year, and so we're doing a plan that is hopefully going to double down and intensify this instruction. And so we did it. We did it in first grade and second grade, and at the end of the year when they came to me and they're like, did you see the data? And for it to go from 46% to 78% that were core, that was huge. And that proves you put in the work, you put all hands on deck, and you work really hard that these kids can really move. You just have to figure it out together. So, and you're a witness to that, right? It was awesome. Kindergarten students, they progressed from 75% core at the beginning of the year, and they went to 85% core. And I will tell you, I did some digging, and I was looking back at the last 3 or 4 years, and like grade 1, for instance, they were at 60%, and then they went to 78%. So you can see that we're going in that direction we need to. We're growing. So I was really pleased about that. 80% of the second and third grade students, 2021, 2022, students in grade 2, they progressed from 53% to 67% core. But I will say, just as Beth said, these current third graders is where we are seeing where we need to do a lot of work. And I'm hearing it on every principal site that I follow and so forth. It just seems to be that one cohort of students that, whether it's that they got pulled out halfway through kindergarten, whether something is correlated with the pandemic, and we recognize it. And so now that they're current third graders, we have huge plans in place for intensifying instruction for these third graders as well. So that's that cohort that Beth was speaking about, where we're not seeing them exactly where we want them. Last year, students in third grade, these are our current fourth graders, they progressed from 59% in core range to 65%. So once again, not where we want them to be, but moving in the right direction, so I celebrate that. And then May 2024, 90% of all students in grades 4 to 6 will make at least typical growth as demonstrated by the overall placement and iReady. And in grades 4 to 6, in 2021-22, 62% of fourth graders and fifth graders, 62% of fourth graders and 57% of fifth graders, so 16, let me start over. I got myself all confused. So in 2021-2022, 62% of fourth graders, 57% of fifth graders, and 69% of sixth graders. So if you take all of that with those 3 grade levels, 63% of fourth, fifth, and sixth graders met expectations, met that typical growth of where they needed to be. So 63% of those 3 grade levels met expectations and typical growth of where iReady was predicting that they would make growth. So I felt that was something to celebrate. All right. That is our ELA data. So talking about our priority actions there, like I said, we did purchase those decodables, and the teachers all went to that voluntary professional development. We also provided training for teachers in sight word instruction for grades K to 2. Let's see. Did I miss a page? Sorry. Oh, here it is. Okay. Administered the iReady for all grades, for students in grades 2 to 6. Like I said, we trained teachers on how to use iReady and use all the amazing features that they have to offer. All of our PLC and our grade level meetings, we're talking about Tier 1 instruction and strengthening Tier 1 instruction, and now we're shifting. This was a change with school council, that now it's shifting to the CKLA program, just as the other schools are. We also are empowering teachers to employ best practices, research-based tools in all 3 tiers of instruction, so multi-tiered system of support, while aligning our new ELA curriculum with the Common Core standards and so forth. So that is our ELA goal. And then our last goal is talking about cultural proficiency within the classrooms and the greater school community. This, once again, working with a screener and so forth, I'm still working on that. I actually just formed a cultural DEI committee, and we have some of our staff on that committee. It hasn't started yet. We're having our first meeting next month, but some of our goals that we're going to work on there is, how do we promote cultural proficiency in our school? How do we recognize all the different cultures? How do we recognize diversity? How do we recognize and make sure we're showing equity and inclusion for all students as well as all staff? So that's something that we're working towards. Also working with teachers on how to set up their classrooms to show culture. We have a lot of students that are moving in from different countries and don't speak English, and so we're really trying hard to recognize all students and make sure that they're being celebrated, making sure that we are including them in everything, making them feel like they're a part of Pine Grove and so forth. And just celebrating the diversity that we do have at Pine Grove School. And I think that's it. That's it.
Thank you, Nicole. Does anybody have any questions? Narissa?
No, actually, I think I'm good because you hit on all the answers, or Beth had already answered it previously because a lot of them were similar. I mean, I just will say again, I would love to see the data somehow linked, because I think the progress, like you said, is so powerful. It's just nice to be able to see what that looks like, I guess, you know, also being data driven, just to be able to visualize it somehow, I think, because it's not always easy to see even when you're seeing students day to day, right? It's not always easy to see that progress, you know, and we're not even seeing them in a classroom. You know, we're talking to them outside and things like that. So it's nice to be able to see, you know, where the strides are, and I think too where the gaps still are as well. So if there is a way that we can find to share that data, either as part of this or even separately, just as a way to track it, where it's associated with the school improvement plans, I think that'd be terrific. So, thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Paul.
So how did you entice the teachers to do the 3-day volunteer training?
You know, it's funny because I'm a firm believer that I believed in it, you know, and you can say how I got teachers to do it. It's like, I believed in it, and I had done a ton of research, and my own daughter had gone through, and she was on, not that it's all about being on an IEP or anything like that, but I saw the effects not only as a teacher, because I was a classroom teacher, as you know, but as a parent as well. So I felt like I had that that whole picture, and I just felt like my passion, and I started out small. I met with all the special ed teachers, and I got their opinion, and I made sure that everybody was a part of the decision-making, and then everybody just, right?
A lot of teachers knew about the approach portions of their degree, so they already were aware of it. First group of co-teachers that were first training were really ready to go with it. Then the second group started how well it was working, the team effort and the excitement, the progress of students. Everyone was speeding up.
And even being vulnerable, because so we actually went over to Salisbury, and just being vulnerable, like, yeah, it's not always easy, you know, it's not all perfect, but the same challenges that I think teachers have a fear of, we all have that fear, but just to recognize those fears, and as leaders saying, well, that's okay, we're going to fix that for you. And I just think that's what it was. And I'm shocked of how many teachers we have, but I love it.
And it's so exciting because not only for speaking just for first grade, last year we just co-taught stations. This year we're coaching KLA, we're coaching math, like all the areas, special ed teacher, reading specialist, math specialist, the EL teacher. It's become such
Oh
an
yeah,
awesome
she's
group
another one, our
effort.
EL teacher.
Yeah.
She even went to the
It's
training
just
over
very
the summer.
exciting, and just see all the energy.
Yeah.
It makes the job more fun.
And even it was funny because one of the teachers the EL teacher had gone to the training. She goes, oh, I'm going to be co-teaching in that class. I go, she didn't go through the training. She goes, I can show her. I know how to do it. It's like, so that was just, everybody's just, I don't know. I love it. And I just feel like the passion and working together and just, it's good.
Paul Goldner?
Just question of curiosity, when you got the number sense work with the younger kids, when did they first get exposed to negative numbers? Just,
When do they get exposed to
yeah, when do
negative
they start
numbers?
working? It's like those addition and subtraction that you have at first grade. Is that negative numbers? Is that like first grade, second grade, third? When did they start seeing those?
It's definitely not first grade.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just,
It could be. I'm not even 100% sure. I know that in kindergarten, they're working on that correlation between, counting and what the next number is and the quantities and so forth. And in first grade, addition, subtraction, and recognizing that, that replacing and taking away and so forth. So,
I asked because a few years ago, math teacher I very highly respect was talking with him, and he said, at the calculus level, I can teach anything if they have a strong sense of moving back and forth on the number line. And that's kind of my own experience teaching physics, is that the more fluent you are with being able to move left and right on a number line and what all of that means, the faster you can learn the new stuff. And I think that positive negative idea, the financial literacy that the parents are looking for as well, it plays into that as well. But it's just that complex thinking and the fluency of math, it starts so young. And so that you're working on that at that level, and that's your goal, is that number sense with those younger kids is really important.
yeah, it definitely is. And that's why we moved towards the number sense screener, because we just felt like you're you're always talking about building those early literacy skills and the foundation for those, those 5 components, but we weren't really thinking about math. And so where were we missing the mark? And the number sense screener and building. Yeah.
So with the number sense for first grade last year, sat down with Paul and Elise and our math specialist, Michelle, and tried to find ways to improve our Tier 1 instruction. And we've started implementing mid-year last year, like February-ish, number sense activities each day, number line being one of them, because that was one of the things that the students had to struggle with, understanding the number line, number patterns. But each day, continuing to this year, each day is a different number sense skill that we're working on, the quick hit every day to be able to build on that.
I'm glad you said that, Paul, because we did, and we gave them number lines in their classroom and so forth. So now, yes.
Not negative numbers.
Yeah, we just don't call them that yet. What is it, 5th and 6th? I remember when I taught 5th, we did it in 5th grade.
Sorry, it looks like it begins in 5th and then deepens in 6th if you're looking at the framework.
I remember teaching it in 5th.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just telling her she had to turn her microphone on.
I know. I could hear her. I know, I forgot people at home.
Does anybody else have any other questions? I'm an advocate for co-teaching as well. I mean, I had long conversations with Kim, and I think it's great that you can go to another school and help foster that. And also, being able to admit that you don't know something, or admitting that you've made a mistake and you're going to correct it, I think that's comforting to teachers to know that it's okay if you are making a mistake. We're here to help you. Again, it takes a village. It takes everybody to help people. And last year I had spoken about, you know, engaging students to make sure that every student has a grown-up. And I'm still pushing for the middle school to have an advisory like the high school, because I think that is going to be so important, because at the elementary level, the teachers know their students. As they move to the middle school, you know, I'm not saying that the teachers don't know their students, but they're not with that teacher every single day, all day long, if I get that point across. And the fact that you're engaging adults in the community, not only just in Pine Grove, but Salisbury and Newbury, to come into Pine Grove and learn about what you guys are doing there, I think is wonderful, because it's going to take all of us to get all of these students through this pandemic and helping them to grow. And the fact that the high school students came in and read books to these students, I think is something that we should do more of, bringing the high school down to the elementary. Because I mean, my daughter was the one whose class started of the high school students going back to the elementary schools. And just seeing those every year, I mean, the kids love going back there and seeing their teachers and seeing the younger kids. And I think we should do it beyond just during graduation time. I think it's beneficial to those students it'll make them foster wanting to help their community if we bring them into the younger kids, as well as getting those kids to go over to the senior center, which I know Patrick is already starting that with the internships, which...
We had, I think it's like, Patrick could speak to it, I think we had 4 or 5 of them over at Pine Grove, and it was incredible. It's like, some of them were like, I don't want them to leave. Do you want to work here? They were just amazing in the work ethic, and just, you know, the constructive feedback, and just working as a team. It's just, I agree. I love working with everybody in here, and having the kids come back and just working alongside all of the schools is just, it's so powerful.
And it's wonderful to see the kids come back and want to teach. I know a lot of Triton graduates who have gone on to college and come back and teach, and they're in Triton as well. So I want to commend all of you. I think it's great that you're engaging each other to help the communities. So I want to thank you. You're doing a great job.
And while they're shifting, just to note things like the students that came and read the books on inclusion and all of that, that's happened at all the schools, not just at, each principal talks about certain things, but those things are happening at all 3 elementaries.
There was just one other thing that I wanted to ask, how your STEM teachers are. So,
Well, I'm going to talk, is this
okay.
on? I will mention that. And there's been a lot of overlap in what has been already spoken, which has been really wonderful for me. But I will talk a little bit about the STEM teacher, so that's great. First of all, this is, with me is Jane Keeler, and I think most of you know her. We're going to tonight actually do a co-teaching approach to this presentation. So if you want a real sense of what co-teaching is like, and the approach that we're using is called one model, one assist. So I'm going to start it, and then my assist is going to kind of every once in a while jump in and assist me in areas that maybe she's much more proficient at than I am. So it's a model, it's a co-teaching model that is available for teachers to use. I will mention It's not one that they recommend you use in classrooms very often because it really separates the two teaching. They want teachers to work together. But this is the most appropriate one for this evening, so thank you very much. I do have a school improvement, I have a school council. We don't have our co-chair elected yet. We had a meeting last week. Not everyone was there, so we didn't feel it was appropriate to elect a co-chair last week, so we will have one shortly. One of the things that I keep going back to in this school improvement plan, and as we know that this is moving into the second year of this plan, is we're constantly on the direction to try to get people to realize that just because things have been done one way for a while, it doesn't always mean that you can't change. And change doesn't always have to be, educators don't typically like change. However, the changes that we're trying to make at Salisbury have the ultimate goal of just educating all students to achieve now and throughout their lives. So that continues to be, I don't want to call it a struggle, I guess it's a challenge for some teachers. We have come a very long way with that, but there are some instructional strategies that kind of have happened in the past that it takes a while for teachers to kind of open up and be willing to practice with and try something new. So that is one of the things that we're constantly working towards. I'm going to jump to page 9. And on page 9, I just want to talk a little bit about the progress to the goals that we had set last year. Our goals this year are going to be the same, but I'm going to talk a little bit about the progress that we have made. Listening to the other two schools, I feel a little bit disappointed that our progress is not on the same level as them, but I have to remember that we don't necessarily start at the same place, and I think that that's important to pay attention to too. We're talking about growth in each of our particular schools. So the first goal was by the end of each school year, 80% of the students will be comprehending at grade level as measured by the iReady benchmark. So the goal was 80%, and we're going to continue with that goal moving forward this year. And right now, with the data that showed from 21 to 22, we average about 56% on core. There were many factors at play over the past 3 years, but we are seeing slow growth. From the 2021 data, it was at 53% core. I believe, with all my heart, that we could be doing way better than jumping just 3%. And I'm really hoping that this year will allow us to show a greater percentage of growth as we move forward. Another part of, the second part of Goal 1 for the ELA, by the end of each school year, 80% of students will attain annual typical growth. And that's, again, measured against themselves, as measured by the iReady benchmark assessment. And for 2021, that was 37%. And fortunately, the iReady assessment did show us that we did jump to 57% in this past school year. So that is showing that, again, we may not be meeting the 80% benchmark for the school and comprehending at grade level for everyone, but the growth for the individual students is making a difference, and we have made a significant jump there. For the last one, by the end of the school year, 80% of students will be decoding at grade level as measured by the DIBELS Next benchmark assessment. In 2021, we were at 52%, and 21-22, we went to 55%. And again, as we all know, that there are a lot of factors that were at play with that, a lot of factors, external factors that we had no control over, and there have been significant changes at Salisbury, so that also has to be taken into consideration as well. But we are definitely moving in a positive direction. And again, the 80% growth, average growth as measured by the DIBELS, we didn't have the data from 2021, and so the data we have for 21-22 is that we are at 68%. For the progress on our math goal, Again, our math goal was an 80%. We'll be computing accurately as measured by the iReady math benchmark. In 2021, we were at 41% students were at core on grade level. 21, 22, 47%. And in terms of annual typical growth for the math, I apologize for this. I don't know why I don't have something for grades 1 through 6. I have the percentage for the early numeracy screener, and that's 68%. And I do apologize for that. I don't know why I don't have the data for the grades 1 through 6 on that. And just moving forward and talking about the direction that we're going, again, our goals are not changing for our math goal or our ELA goal. We still are holding on to the idea and the focus of getting our students to be at least 80%, looking at much more the annual typical growth, because we want to see each student making growth on their own and comparing themselves and what we can do to support those students to make those improvements and raise their achievement levels.
Catherine, can I just say, I think the way I read, the way what you wrote, is that it's 68% on the iReady end of year 1 through 6 and
the early numeracy.
combined.
I just saw
So I
that.
believe that's the combination. So you
Thank
didn't
you
miss
for clarifying that, but you know what, when I turned the page back, I did see that. Thank you. So it is there. Thank you. Okay, so and moving into the goals for this year, I'm not going to repeat the goal. I'm on page 12 right now. And again, we're talking about 80%. So this is for the ELA and our priority actions. The first one, as other schools have talked about, the implementation of our new CKLA Amplified curriculum. There's been a huge focus of PD put into that. Every once a month, we're having Amplified collaboration that is being directed by our reading specialist. Once a month, we also have grade level collaboration, which allows teachers to continue the collaboration around Amplify, as well as other subject areas. We also, this year, will have an ELA implementation team, which we've never had before, and that will meet 5 times this year. And again, that will be to support teachers in implementing the CKLA curriculum. Just as an aside on that, I have been able to, fortunately, get into some classes, more so than I was able to last year. And the vocabulary that this program offers to students is astounding. I have to use big words because I'm talking about vocabulary with the little kids. I'm embarrassed by when I go in there and watch them using the words that they're using in their reading, and then the teachers ask them to use the words in a sentence. And in one class I was in, they had used the word procrastination, and I think this was maybe first graders, and they had used the word procrastination, and they were now in a different subject area, and one of the kids raised their hand and said, wait, that's that P word, and they said it, procrastination, but they were talking about it in reference to how they were dealing with it in another subject area. And it opened my eyes, and I was so excited for the kids and for the teacher because they were making connections with what they were learning new and now using it in another subject area. It really was fascinating, and it was very impressive to see that connection. We're going to continue, obviously, working through and becoming more knowledgeable about the mass curriculum frameworks. We will continue to teach foundations in grades K through 3 and Wilson. The other schools have talked about the greatest needs being in grades 2 and 3, and that's no different at Salisbury. We are finding that grades 2 and 3 are the areas and the grade levels where the students have the greatest deficits, and that we really need to beef up the instruction and really find ways to support them. One of the things we've done in our 3rd grade is take our foundations group and make it into a Windations group, so that during the wind time, There is grouping that's going to be created in the grade 3 classrooms that will specifically be broken up where students will have their particular needs met. And teachers will take different groups of students to teach those students based on what they need from their foundations. And that's been a bit of a change because that hasn't always happened in that way. But we're hoping by doing it this way, those groups can change throughout the year as necessary based on their growth and what they're learning and showing. This may not fit here, but I do want to say that currently in our second grade, we do have 2 teachers out on maternity leave, and they're not coming back until early November. So that also, as you can imagine, impacts the instruction that's going on in the classroom. We have very good teachers in there right now, but the idea of consistency and when those 2 teachers return, it's going to also take time for those students to readjust and reacclimate to those 2 teachers. And I think that that's an important piece to keep in the back of our minds as we move forward. And it's just very unfortunate that it's the grade 2 classrooms that both of those teachers have been out. We're going to continue providing Tier 3 interventions for students needing intensified support in the area of reading. We were able to create this year, it is called an intensified support in the area of reading group, and it is for special ed students who really are struggling tremendously with their ability to read, to comprehend, and the teachers have been trained in the Orton-Gillingham approach. So we have 2 teachers in particular who are working with specifically 3rd and 4th graders. They're doing a combination of pull-out and also push-in. We've been very fortunate. We do have some co-teachers in the building, not as many as I would like to have. The training this summer, we did have probably, Jane, you were at it. Do we have a total of 5, 6 teachers?
We're told about 9 of us to start. One of them was on. Yeah, okay. I think we had about 9 to start. There was one teacher who ended up not completing the second portion of the training because she was one of the teachers on maternity leave. But we have 3 solid co-teaching groups practicing. One is in kindergarten, one is in 3rd grade, which is an EL teacher along with a 3rd grade teacher, and then the other co-teaching collaborative set is the 2nd grade teacher who's out on maternity leave with the reading specialist.
And so we do have, and our special ed teachers, as much as we didn't really get we didn't get the number of special ed teachers that I wanted to become formally trained in co-teaching. At least they're now going into classrooms, and that is a change. That is something that they have not done in the past. Typically, special ed teachers have done all pull-out, but they've really begun to understand the importance of being in the classrooms with the students so that then when they do have a pull-out based on what their IEP requires, they can support what's going on in the classroom because they've been in the classroom, they see what's going on and they see what they're learning, and they're also seeing where the students are struggling. So they have that evidence right in front of them, and then they can support what's going on in the classroom and not do something entirely separate with the students, unless that's called for in their particular IEP. But at least it gives them a chance to do both areas and understand what's happening in the classrooms. Educators will continue to provide Tier 2 and 3 interventions during the WIN block, and we talked about that and how that has been a little bit different set up in the 3rd grade. But there is going to be coaching and support. In particular, we have a number of new teachers, probably a new teacher at almost every grade level. So it's important that we give the support to the teachers from the reading and math specialist and the special ed teachers, the coaching and the support that they need to best service the students as well, and to learn all the programs that are important for the instruction in the classrooms. Educators will implement empowering writers. And I know Nicole spoke to this. The CKL curriculum does incorporate writing, and so we will continue using the empowering writers in our social studies curriculum as well. And then the last one is we will continue to build and sustain partnerships utilizing co-teaching models. And my hope is that with the training that our current co-teachers have gone through, the message will get out slowly, but from ground up to the staff. The co-teaching really does benefit the students, and it also it does make teaching more interesting and more fun. So my hope is that next year, when we do offer the training again, that we will have the opportunity for more teachers. And I will be strongly encouraging special ed teachers to take part in that formal training as well. The second goal is the math goal. I pause because I'm very disappointed in our math direction, and I know that we have an awful lot of work to do with that. I've been talking to Anna a little bit about it, and we are implementing a math implementation team this year, again, something that we have not had at Salisbury, and it's going to meet 4 times a year. And my hope was to have a representative from every grade level on that math implementation team. Right now, I don't have that. I think I have a representation from 3 grade levels. It is a start, and I will probably go out and solicit other teachers to join the math implementation team. In order for this to work, it really does have to be something that's going to be K through 6, so that we are all on the same page with the same focus in increasing and really helping our students to show some growth in their math. We're going to concentrate on geometry standards. The data is showing as well that geometry is an area that does need to have some focus on it. The STEM teacher, who Joe Leet, will be at the schools for 2 weeks period of time. She is developing her own curriculum that she's going to use with the students, but she knows that geometry is an area in all of the schools that does need to be considered a focus area. So she has that in the back of her mind when she's creating her curriculum for the STEM classes that she's doing. And she's going to work, she's already been working so hard, and she's so excited about what she's doing. And I've seen her, I think I was at Pine Grove, and I saw her teaching a STEM class to a group of students, and they were doing measurements and creating chain links, and they were trying to create the longest chain link, and they had to decide how wide the piece of paper should be, or do they get more out of it? They only had one big piece of paper they could use, or do they get more out of it if they make it thinner? So again, that's even geometry right there. So it was pretty exciting to see the kids, and they were very into it. So I look forward to Jo coming to our school, because she hasn't been with us yet. The Math in Focus is an area that last year the special ed teachers were trained with Susan Resnick in Math in Focus. And again, special ed teachers, math has not been an area that they typically have involved themselves with. A lot of our IEPs do not have math as a focus or as a goal. And we're starting to change that now and really look at the data as students are being tested. So we decided it was important to train the special ed teachers in Math in Focus. At the end of that, they actually asked to be trained again this year and to have another training in Math in Focus. So they're willing to put the work into it. They're willing to work with the teachers so that, because they also know that the students need that. So I was very impressed with their ability to be open to that possibility and take the risk for themselves to do that. We are having Susan Resnick, the Math in Focus trainer, come. She's coming this year, November 1st through the 4th, and we're setting up some training with Pine Grove and either coordinating it where either our teachers will go to Pine Grove or they'll come to Salisbury, or we'll share the trainer. We haven't figured out the details, but she is scheduled to come November 1st through the 4th. I talked about the math implementation team. I am, as I mentioned, going to work with Anna to dig deeper into the MCAS data that we have. I know that, I don't think, I can't speak for the past, only for last year. And last year, we did not have the opportunity to delve deep into the MCAS data. And I think that that's really an important piece for helping us to move forward. It can't just sit there and not be looked at. And I want to really look to that MCAS data and find out, all right, what is it telling us about what the students need? Where are the biggest gaps, and how are we best going to move forward? We're not going to be able to touch and focus on every single standard at once, but let's find out where will we get the biggest bang for our buck after looking at that data. So I know Anna's going to work with us on that as well. We do have Title I in our building, and they work very, very hard with the students. They're doing a lot more push-in to classes this year as well. Again, they have done a lot of pull-out, but they're using aspects of the co-teaching model, even though they may not have been formally trained. Many of them have been in classrooms long enough, so they work very well with teachers in the classroom and with students. So they may do some station teaching, they may do some parallel teaching, and it's a variety of co-teaching methods that they have just kind of learned on their own and implement in the classrooms. We'll continue to provide Tier 2 interventions during the WIN block, very similar to what we're doing with the ELA block. The UPS model, which is Understand, Plan, and Solve, that is a model for solving word problems in math. Teachers pretty much implement that. I think I see it quite often at the upper levels, but when it's applicable, that is a method of teaching problem solving to students that we will use. We do use the early numeracy screener in K through 1, exactly the same as what Beth and Nicole were talking about, to help, front load and find out where are the areas of need for those younger students before they even move up, so we can assess that need and respond to it earlier on before they get up into the upper levels. And again, co-teaching models. Again, co-teaching is not necessarily for a full day. It will be dependent on the class and the subject being taught. I know we have one of our specialty teachers that goes in and helps in a math class because she was a math person herself. And so she goes into, I don't know if it's 3rd or 4th grade, but she is doing that, trying to do it on a regular basis to go in and work on a co-teaching model with that. The third goal is our social emotional support goal. And we are fortunate this year to have Julie Benson with us. And it will be a way in which students are going to grow in the 5 competencies of social emotional learning: self-awareness, social awareness, self-management, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. That's going to probably be something difficult to measure, so in talking with Julie, we decided that doing an initial student survey and teacher survey might be a way to at least get some initial data that we can look at and compare towards either mid-year and then towards the end of the year. We are using the PATS curriculum in the program, and the goal at the very end is to build a healthy and productive school community. Julie has already been a huge asset, like tremendous asset. The other day, we had some 6th grade issues with students using derogatory and discriminatory language out on the playground and in the classes. And it wasn't any specific students, it was just, you could feel it out there and you knew it was being said. And it was not setting a very good tone for the 6th grade. So we met with Julie and I asked her if she'd be willing to put together some presentation for the 6th grade and to talk about diversity and inclusion. And on Tuesday, she gave a presentation to the 6th grade, and you could hear a pin drop when she was in the cafeteria with the kids. She had their attention. And then afterwards, she started talking about her own ethnicity and her background. And she shared that, and then she got the kids to open up about their own and their different languages and where they come from and where their grandparents and their parents came from. And then it really was it was eye-opening, and I think it was eye-opening for the kids too. And then I know that when the kids went back to the classes, there were a couple of classes the kids wanted to continue that conversation. So she's already making an impact that way. We had parent night last night, and she had a table set up, and she said that a parent went up to her. A bunch of kids all went up to her and said, "Oh, Miss Benson, you're here. Miss Benson, you're here." And a parent went up to her and said that the material that she had sent home to parents, he actually went in, and there's a mini 2-hour course that you can take in the Castle Collaborative Academic Social Emotional Learning. He was so interested in it that he actually took the course, and he was all about talking to her about it. So, I mean, I think having her is going to be huge. I already feel a difference, and she's only been with us. This is her second week now. But I do get a sense that the kids are really, really interested in the material that she's talking about. They look forward to her coming in, and they've been opening up to her. And it really has been a definite difference to have her there. And then for 3E, at the end of that goal, for the social emotional, our goal will be to have a school climate which encourages all students to come to school every day. A couple of things about, talk about a mentor program for a second. So we are establishing a mentor program, and now I'm going to do my assist and let Jane talk a little bit about that mentor program that we're establishing.
Okay, I know, it's just, Brian, you remember the 6th grade Forget-Me-Not? I had to keep fighting with the microphone. So previously in the past, prior to the pandemic, we had an in-house mentor program. It was initially started by a previous assistant principal, and the premise of the program is to connect students with trusted adults that they can go to, another person in the building, just to give them a sense of feeling safe and supported. It fizzled out during the pandemic, and so this year we'd like to revive that. So Mallory Perella, who is our new social worker, and I are putting a plan together to reach out to teachers to get names of students who we can start the program with, and at the same time reach out to teachers who are willing to team up with some of these students who may have had some either previous connection with them, so that they'll have somebody else to connect with in the building. The mentor program it's very flexible. There's no specific time requirement from the teachers. Teachers are very busy in their classrooms. In the past, it's worked out really well where I was a mentor when I was a classroom teacher, and I had several students, and so some students just needed a quick check-in. Hey, high five, how's your day going? Did you have a great day? Other students I knew I needed to meet with probably once a week at lunch, and I would eat lunch with them. So there's some flexibility in the program, but it's really about making connections with those students, having them feel safe and supported, having another familiar adult to go to in the building besides maybe their classroom teacher. And it's just building those relationships through some relationship mapping. So that's the direction that the mentor program would be headed in. And this is different from the junior, senior Vikings program, which we're also going to be a part of this year, and that's where the high school students will come down to the elementary school and mentor some of the older elementary school students. We did that last year, and it was pretty successful. The kids really liked it. They thought it was great that the big kids were coming and hang out with them. So we will be doing that again this year, but they are two different programs.
Thank you, Jane. And then one of the things that we are instituting this year is a perfect attendance recognition once a month at the end of the month. And anyone that has had perfect attendance where they've had no absences, no tardies, and no dismissals, their name will be put into a hat, and they might get like a gift certificate to Hodges or something like that. So as of today, we had 59% of the students are in the running for this. So that's I don't know, I don't have data from last year, but I do know that that's a start, and I think once the students start seeing this happening, I'm hoping that that increases each month, just to get them to say, you know what, we like coming to school, this is a good place to be, and we want to celebrate them coming to school so that they can learn, because that's what it's all about. And I think that's it.
I'll start the questioning. These numbers of, I know that Salisbury's been going through some things the last couple of years, but these numbers of 56%, 57%, those are not good numbers. And we just need to make sure that everybody is coming together to make sure that those numbers go up. I know there's been some changes, but that shouldn't affect how we're educating these kids. So I'm not putting it all on you guys, but you guys are the leaders of that school right now, and the people to the right of me have to make sure that we're getting those numbers up. There's some great things happening at Salisbury as well. I mean, I'm glad to hear that you're getting some co-teachers. I think that will help tremendously. Co-teaching is, I think, what needs to happen throughout the whole district, and I'm going to be an advocate for that every single year, because that only helps the teachers, helps you guys, helps the students. To hear that you have the high school kids coming down to the elementary, that's just engaging our students that they can help the lives of these kids that are younger than them. And maybe the younger kids will look up and say, wow, I want to go to Triton High School because look at what they're doing there. So this is just putting it on the table here as it takes a village, and right now we've got to make sure that Salisbury Elementary is incomparable to the other two elementary schools.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, it is disheartening when I see those numbers, and I'm very sad by them, because our kids deserve much better. Our kids can do much better. I do know. I want, when I'm in the classes, I want to see more rigor in the classroom. You know, I think sometimes teachers, they don't want to push the kids too hard because they say, well, this is their situation and that's their situation, and you know, this is a place that they need to come and feel safe and everything. Okay, well, they come to be educated, and they will feel safe when they know you care about them and you expect big things from them. We can't make excuses. That it just isn't going to get us anywhere. It's not about making excuses. It's about calling them to be the best that they can be and providing them every possible way to do that. And that's what I mean about when I first talked about people having a hard time changing from the way things used to be done, because that's not the way we want them done anymore. Our kids deserve better, and our kids can do better.
Because I was just going to say that a lot of the kids in Salisbury do have, you know, trauma and issues, but we can't use that as an excuse. They can be lifted up to the bar.
Absolutely.
That's what we all should be pushing them to do.
Absolutely.
Can I just say anecdotally, so what Catherine and Jane have done, you hear the other principals talking about the 3 elementary teams, and it's assistant principals as well as the principals working together, and the things that are happening at Salisbury now that previously didn't. And again, change takes time, and being very kind, I'm not rehashing the past, but those things will have an impact, and they're already having an impact. Last night was the first time that Salisbury did their open house the way that it's been done at Pine Grove and at Newbury. And I know Catherine was forwarding messages to me from teachers, and I'm getting them from parents, and I was there last night, and just the energy in the building, it was a different place. So I hear you, and share the frustration, but change is hard and change takes time, but it's happening.
I'm not frustrated, I'm just disappointed that,
Yeah.
that this
As
has
we are
happened-
all.
that this has happened. And I know that the 2 people sitting in front of us, this is their first full year of being in control of everything, and I think they'll do great things. But I just had to put out how I was feeling about this.
No,
as
and rightly so.
the chair of
And
this committee.
And it's out there, and it's real, and it is the work that is in front of us that we have to do, and that we will do together, for sure.
And again, and it takes a village, and we're all here for all of you.
So well, yeah, those numbers are horrifying, I will say. But I do have 3 children at Salisbury Elementary. And I will say, I have seen, they're not in numbers yet. They're not showing up here, which is hard, but I have seen a lot of positivity come out of SES. I've been in IEP meetings that have led to deeper conversations, more creative thinking and how to solve problems with my own 3 children, so I'm going to assume it's happening throughout. And I really appreciate the honesty. You coming here and just saying, this is what we're doing and this is where we're going and we understand it's not showing up here, that should give us all just a lot of hope. You're not hiding behind anything, so the honesty is amazing. But I will say, I have seen, last night was a great example, how many parents, I mean, people were parked in, there was no parking, and for Salisbury Elementary, that is a huge change. And people were excited, kids were excited to be there and show off their classrooms and be involved, and that has been a change from, however many years I've been there. So I appreciate the honesty, but I also want to say that parents are noticing. Their kids are coming home happy. My daughter came home and told me all about the 3 fables and how much she learned, and her friends were talking about it on the way to the cars. This is huge. So I think you're going to see a lot of growth. It just isn't right here on this paper in this moment, but I think it will really start showing up.
Thank you so much for saying that, because
the hard work.
Because it is discouraging, but I really appreciate that coming from somebody who sees it every day. And I did a Google form poll to parents today, asking about if they liked the format for the parent night last night. Everybody, just unanimous that they want to continue with that, and that they had a spectacular evening, and their kids loved it. The kids walked in, they were so excited to be there. They were grabbing their parents and pulling their parents to go to the different locations. And that's what we want. We want the kids to want to come to school and to be proud of what they're learning, and their friends and their teachers. And it is the beginning. And thank you, Brian. Change takes time. And, we're going to work really hard to show some improvements this year and continue moving in that direction, because we all have that same goal, for sure.
You didn't say anything about the SEM teacher, though.
Remember I did when I said that she did the links and I watched her at Pine Grove and that she included geometry standards? That's okay.
Well, and also, so Joe's a former Salisbury teacher, so it's kind of hard to share now, so.
I apologize. Have any questions, Narissa?
Narissa? You haven't gotten to Narissa yet.
Well, I was surprised that Linda jumped in front of me. She just threw herself out there on this one.
Salisbury's near and dear to my heart.
I know it is. I know it is. I guess I had a slightly different reaction because when I was looking at this, because it was like, we've seen MCAS because the district has MCAS, but we were finally seeing data from you, which I thought, as disappointing as the data was to see, and clearly you were disappointed in it too, like, it's just good to have data. It's good to know that you have a plan. It's good to know you're getting down into the details of that plan now so that you can make a specific strategy to address it, right? And you have a way to track it. And I think all of those things put together give me, you talk about hope, that's what gives me a lot of hope, right? That there is a path out of here, is that you know where you're going, right? And you know where you want to be and how you want to get there. And I think that's phenomenal. And I went through these presentations in the order that they were being presented tonight, and I have to admit I cheered a little when I actually saw data in your presentation, because I had made the notes about PGS and NES, and I was like, oh, SES is going to be the same way. And then I was like, oh, the data's in there. It's awesome that I get to look at it at least ahead of time, So that would be great to see, or it was great to see. I was just real quick, I had a note down here from having looked through it before, but the student survey that you talk about in the SEL section, is that the teacher-student connection survey?
We haven't created the survey yet, so I
Okay.
don't know exactly what it's going to ask.
So there's a different survey?
Yes.
Okay, all right, that's what I was a little confused
Yep,
on, whether
no,
it was.
it's different.
Okay, because you kind of addressed that in a different section. And my one thing is on perfect attendance, which I have a very love-hate relationship with, because I strongly feel we should not be incenting students to come to school if they do not feel well. We're saying to them, please, if you don't feel well, take care of yourself, don't come to school. But at the same time, we're also saying, come to school, we're gonna put your name in a drawing. I just hope there's a little, asterisk or something when you're advertising this out there to say, if you don't feel good, just please,
Yes.
take care of yourself. That's a self-care thing that we all need to learn, right?
Yeah, thank you. I do acknowledge that as well. I think when I look at the attendance and I see the number of families that have taken their kids on vacation this week and last week, that
Yes.
throws me. So that's the piece in my head that I go to when I think of perfect attendance. But I hear what you're saying.
Absolutely. And yeah, that was all my notes that I had, so thank you very much.
I have to say that's different than an annual, a full year perfect attendance versus a kind of a cumulative drawings that happen. If you get sick, stay home, you can be in the drawing next month.
Does anybody have anything else? You must have something else.
Oh, me?
Okay.
I thought Paul would acknowledge my sneakers tonight.
Yes, we both wore them.
He noticed Catherine's last year, so.
I made sure we both wore ours today.
That's
Thank
what
you
Perfect
very
outfit.
much. Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you both.
So Al, before you start, I just want to say something. So Brian, with this schedule change, okay, that Al worked so hard on, okay, and you have put the kibosh on, I just want to say, I think the man should get an extra week of vacation. That's all I want to say.
And I will just counter to say, was it all me, Al? Because I'll take the vacation instead.
Okay. Team effort, yeah, there you go. That's my political answer there. Hi, everyone. This is Anna Mary Geis. She's my co-chair on our school council. If anybody from Salisbury out there wants to be on the middle school council, please email me. I'd like to have someone from that town. So I'm going to start on page 7. I think coming out of the pandemic, we took a kind of big picture approach to our school improvement plan last year, and having 2 goals, one a social emotional learning goal, and the other the use of the new PD model, which we are now not using anymore. So we had to kind of do some scrambling to change that goal. So I want to just kind of do a little about where we've been and kind of move into where we're going. As you know, we put in a social emotional learning goal last year. We had the addition of our new wellness coordinator, who's been an incredibly great asset for us, a resource. She's, as you know, brought in the Home for Little Wanderers thing. She's brought the counseling for kids. She brought in the dental people last year. There's a lot of good stuff there. I'm meeting with her next week to talk about a $50,000 grant. So she's been great, and hopefully she's actually been pitching in our new therapeutic program as well this year when we've had some people had to be out. So she's been great, and I hope to continue to work with her. We did put in and develop a new schedule last year that kind of broke away from alignment with the high school. We put teams back in. Last year, we actually scheduled in teams, even though we're still aligned with the high school. We felt like kids coming back really needed to have that kind of sense of community, and we're continuing with that this year in our new schedule. And we're starting to put in team time, where the teachers are meeting twice a month to talk about students and I'll talk a little bit about that later. Last year, we put in quarterly assemblies that myself and the assistant principal ran, just to update kids and talk about expectations. We went through Title IX, bullying, all the stuff that they don't really kind of put in their head when they're saying things they say and doing things they do. We wanted to kind of bring that to them to make them understand that as they're getting older, that stuff really gets serious. So I think we made some headway with that, and we continue to do that this year. As I said, the second goal we put in place last year was using the new professional development model, where we had 90-minute PD sessions every couple of weeks. Obviously, as a district, we didn't feel that that was adequate. We did use it. We did put in a pretty good plan last year. It was very much teacher-led. We did a lot of work on writing, and because we were able to do it pretty routinely and consistently every couple of weeks, we really got a lot of momentum with that, and I think a lot of people got on board. So that's been great. We also did some stuff on co-teaching. There was a group of people working on that. And as I said in my plan here, we've had to eliminate that goal because obviously we're not continuing with that model. So shifting to goal number 1, it stays in place. As I said, we are putting into place the teacher teams. What's good about this year is we're able to put our counselors at those meetings at least once a month, if not twice. We're asking teachers to develop an agenda, and on that agenda will be students that they're concerned about, and they're going to have the counselor at the meetings to talk about those kids and work out plans. That will feed into our student support team, which meets every week, and we keep a running agenda with students, and we try to put plans in place, whether it be social emotional or just academic. And through that process, we may be making some recommendations for kids who may need to go into a therapeutic program or other program we have in the building. As I said, we'll continue to do the quarterly assemblies. This year, Heidi and I, the assistant principal, we're working on a goal where you know, we talk about data a lot, and we all know about iReady data and MCAS data, and teachers give tests and all that. But we've been, our first PD day of the year, we did an entire day on data, and we talked a little bit about a concept of street data, which is basically going straight to the students, straight to parents, straight to any other stakeholder, and get their feedback on what's going on. I like to think the middle school is wonderful and everybody loves it there and the kids come and have a great experience, but I don't know that for sure. So we're really gonna kind of start with student feedback, and we've put out a survey this week that the students are working on during their flex period, and hope to have that done by Friday. We want to hear what they have to say, and Linda, you might get your wish, and from that, we have a group of teachers that would like to start a mentoring program or an advisory program with kids that we identify out of that who may not have someone that they feel they can go to and speak to. We're asking them about their friendships, we're asking them about what their classes, if there are things about themselves they don't necessarily like that they think about, things like that we can work with, and if we need to, we're going to have a group of kids go and assign them to those teachers and give those teachers coverage so that they can meet with those groups of kids. That's our plan. So because we got rid of the goal on professional development, we developed a couple more goals. I wanted to put these, I thought about putting these under one goal because it's about new programming and new classes, but I separated them out because one is more special ed driven and program, and the other one is just kind of adding classes. We brought back foreign language in 7th grade this year as a kind of a pilot to see what the interest would be. The interest has been phenomenal, to the point where we had to kind of do a kind of a random lottery to get kids who wanted to go in it. We got almost every student that showed an interest into it, but there were some that weren't able to. So to offset that, we also, and this goes a little bit towards, I know the high school is working on a pathway with environmental science, and I've been talking about trying to do that in the middle school for quite some time. And this is kind of our first step into that. So we had 7th grade science and 7th grade social studies develop an elective class. The science one is current events in science. The social studies one is 20th century history. So those started this year, and they're semester-long classes, and they offset foreign language, which will go, half a year of Spanish, half a year of French. And then we went that route because we felt it gives kids a really good background, be able to choose wisely for 8th grade, where they take a language for the entire year. We also continue to develop electives in 8th grade. We have a strength and conditioning elective, art studio, and we've started a robotics elective in 8th grade. I'm a strong believer in giving kids choice, and I think coming out of a pandemic where kids are not that jazzed about going back to school, I feel like the more things they can really identify with and be interested in, it makes them better students across the board. So I think it's important to try to continue to do that. We have obviously issues because the schedule has things, contractual things and all that, but I have to give credit to all the teachers because they really came forward and didn't give me any pushback at all. And I said, hey, do you think we could come up with something other than just 7th grade science? And they were more than willing to do it. So I'm asking them to do a little bit of a poll or survey at the end of each section to see what the kids felt about it, and then we'll use that to see what we can do next year in 7th grade, but also maybe there's something we can bring to 8th grade, whether it's putting something into the 8th grade science class or social studies class, or being able to, again, pull a section for a science teacher to teach something separate from the science curriculum that we have. So that's all kind of in play. And we also lucked out because I was able to find a foreign language teacher that teaches French and Spanish, so that's not easy to find. So that helped a lot. And then our third goal was about, we now have I think, K through 12 REACH program, because now we have a program in the middle school for those kind of kids, a therapeutic program. It's kind of a big add for us. We took a program we had in existence that was, I don't know, I don't know, catch-all might be a strong word, but it was a place where we put some kids that really had some difficulties in classes over the years, and we were able to get the teacher and the 2 IAs trained, and we added the social worker that we share with Pine Grove, and we're servicing now 5 7th graders and 1 8th grader, and could possibly be 2 8th graders soon. And so far it's been pretty successful. I think having a program like that helps across the board in a school because those kids are getting the support and the structure that they need. So when they go to a class, they're not as disruptive, and that takes the teacher's time away from the rest of the class. They have a place to go, they have a place to process, they have a social worker that works with them consistently, and she's only working with those students. So I think that it's a plus for the entire building when those kids get the support and interaction that they need. And then lastly, the third action on that is I'd like to continue the discussion about having a middle school component to the LIFT program in the high school. We had a student last year that really was struggling, and Patrick and I were able to work out something to have her join that program. It wasn't perfect because we didn't really have the personnel for it, but I think with some discussion, we can talk about what we need for personnel, what we might need for space, and then be able to add that. That is a good way to, I think, keep kids in district, and also a way to get kids back into school who are having difficulty and might have to spend some time in a hospital level of care. So that is where we're at. And I just want to mention, I know there's been a lot of discussion about data. Like I said, the first day of the first PD day of the year, we talked exclusively about data. We had technology come and taught the teachers how to use Aspen and move data out of there and make spreadsheets, and they really interested in that, and we give them a lot of time to use real data and with the real students that they're going to have this year to, put their classes together and maybe do some grouping based on that. We are doing iReady this week. We have our MCAS data. We're always looking at that. We will continue to look at that. It's always working behind the scenes. Like I said, our school improvement plan was much kind of big picture coming out of the pandemic. The data we got over the last 2 years, I don't know how reliable it is. We got to start somewhere, so it's there. But I don't want anybody to think that we're just saying, nah, get the data, we'll just do this stuff. So that's where we're at in the middle school. Fire away.
Waiting for someone to hold me.
I just have a quick question. So you talk about the LIFT program and adding to the high school. And Shannon, I know you did a lot of work around that, like looking at all the programs. Is that still on your radar? And extending? Okay. Student services. Yeah. Okay, you did so much work around that into last year and this year, so I just wanted to make sure. But thank you.
Else have? Marissa? Go ahead, Paul.
I just wanted to say I thought it was interesting. I was reading an article in Education Week yesterday and found it again. Remember that standardized tests aren't the only meaningful data on student achievement, the case for using street data, and you basically just were saying that. And I think that student experience, I think that student experience of what they are getting coming to school it's really important. Why are you here? What are you getting out of it? How do you feel being here? All of that. Those are underlying the standardized test scores. That's what builds improvement in everything else in the achievement that we have coming out. So interested to hear you say pretty much exactly those words today.
So I'm looking at the iReady scores, which I am going to look at just because they are what we use as an internal assessment. Sure. It looks like in both 7th and 8th grade for reading, roughly a third of the students are 1 grade level below or more behind. And in mathematics, roughly half of the students in both 7th and 8th grade are 1 grade level or more behind. What's the improvement? I was expecting to see something here.
My answer to that is, last year we were coming out of the pandemic and we hadn't done a school improvement plan for a bit. So we're, like I said, we're trying to look at big picture, and I was just looking at what was going to impact the school immediately. And we're working on this. This stuff's being worked on. Like I said, I think part of the team meeting concept with the teams being back together, we're also going to be able to give all the teachers content time to work as groups. We have 2 brand new math teachers in the building. Last year, this is just, it's not an excuse, but we had both our 7th grade math teachers out for half a year each for different reasons. I'm not going to sit here and say we don't have work to do. We do. We're going to have content time. We have a reading and math specialist now that we hadn't had previously. They've been right on top of this. Anna and I have been talking about implementation teams, as the elementary schools do. So that stuff's all on the table as well. And I had thought about putting in a math goal into this. I didn't want to just add too much after eliminating a goal, and didn't want to make it too. And I would anticipate after this plan is, towards the end of this plan, we will be probably putting some kind of goal together, more academically based, because I think we'll have some better data over the next couple of years, where the kids hopefully will still be back in school and learning like they should be. So,
I hate doing this in public session because I feel like we would be having a different conversation that would be much more genuine outside of this, but I'm really frustrated to not see goals around this in here, especially after having the 3 elementary schools come through. And I mean, it's just, it's like a gap. And I
guess my take on it is kids coming back to school after a pandemic need to be comfortable in school. They need to be back in school, back into that routine, and we focused on that. And if I'm wrong, I guess I'll be proven wrong. Kids need to, have programming. They need to, we have 25% of the 7th grade is on an IEP right now, so there's a lot and a lot of it is trauma related. So we need to make kids back in school, ease them back into school, get them back into school, get them back into the routine, and then start on that kind of work where we're working on the more academic stuff. I hear you, though.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. It's like, it's a long plan. This should be the long game. And I don't know, maybe I don't usually get flustered up here. I don't know what to say to this. There's a long game, and I don't understand what the plan is. And I'm worried for these kids.
Like I've said before, that we can't make excuses that all these kids are on IEPs. We need to bring these kids, we need to bring them up. We need to have them have a goal of being with the other kids, getting off the IEPs. And Brian, you said this was a 3-year plan. Right, so are you saying that there's not going to be any plans for math or anything for the middle school for the next 2 years?
And I just have an observation I want to talk about. If there were 2 7th grade math teachers that were out for a significant amount of time, I think that the summer programming that was done should have addressed that in some measure. Because when teachers are not in the building for whatever reason, whether it's a pregnancy, medical issue, whatever it is, the kids their education in that field goes sideways. And, if the administration is aware that 2 math teachers are out far more than they need to be in the 7th grade, I think it's the administration that has to step up the summer game somehow to fill the gaps, because those kids aren't getting the education when teachers go out.
Fair point.
And I will say the good part about our summer program was we got a lot of these at-risk kids in the building, especially in 7th grade, incoming 7th graders. They were there for some of them 2 weeks, but a lot of them for all 6 weeks. And there was a pretty good academic component to that summer program. So they built relationships with a lot of the teachers that worked the summer program. We've paired them up as best we could with those teachers for this year. So they're that much ahead of the game than they would have been. So I will say that.
I know a lot of the focus that we've been hearing so far has been on math, and obviously so, but even looking at the MCAS scores for English, which are higher across the board, there's a dip going from pretty much all of the elementary through into this. And while, yes, the MCAS data is not reliable compared to where it was 5 years ago per se, all the schools have gone through the pandemic, so it's reliable against other schools. So I think English, I'd like to see an English focus in here as well. And I think one of the reasons for having an academic focus, just in terms of kind of bringing it back to larger district goals, I'm concerned about the students we might be losing that might not feel that they're getting challenged in that regard. And I think that we don't want to lose students year over year. So I think that's something that might help with that retention.
And I just want to say that I know we've been through a pandemic, and I know that you guys have worked hard, but these are supposed to be the goals that are bringing our students back and getting them educated. So that's just what I think we're missing in this particular one, is seeing what the future is for the middle school. And I know that there's gaps and things like that, but we have to bring this, as well as you do, to the community, that this is what we're doing to bring our kids out of the pandemic and get them up to where they should be. So that's... Anything else?
I guess I'll just second when Linda said that, I mean, there are amazing teachers at the middle school. We've experienced that over the last couple of years. I know they can do amazing things. I don't know if the bigger plan is missing or if it's just not represented here, but I feel like, I don't know, this doesn't give me the plan for improvement that I would expect to see.
I mean, I can also add that we're, using the iReady data that we're getting this week. We're putting together intervention blocks with this math specialist and the reading specialist. We've freed them up from, they're pushing into classes right now and stuff, but they've freed up from teaching. Like last year, our reading specialist taught 2 sections of reading and writing. We took her off of that, so she'd be freed up to, she's also working with a group of kids in 7th grade that came into the building reading way below grade level. We had to put together a special reading class for them. She will also be using flex time to do intervention groups. When we look at the iReady data, we'll be identifying kids through that, as we will for the math specialist. We did put in a slower paced math class last year. It's still math in focus, but it's just a little slower paced for a select group of kids that are below grade level. So there are things being done, and we are doing and continue to do. I don't want you to think, like I said, we're just not, we were in pretty good shape before the pandemic, and like you said, we have pretty good teachers that are, and our staff has stayed pretty well intact. I feel like, and we'll get the kids back there.
We have great teachers throughout the whole district, and, we just have to let our community know that what our plan is to bring our kids back, get them to where they need to be. Does anybody have anything else?
And I'm happy to sit down with my staff and put something together. It doesn't have to be formally put into the school improvement plan, but just so you can see, what we are going to do and what we are working on. I'm happy to do that.
I was going to say, the committee doesn't have the ability to change a school improvement plan. You can approve it as is. But you can say, I would like to see a math goal in here, and Al can take that back to the school council. They can have that discussion and add a math goal in. Right, so that's an avenue. Again, you can't write the plan. It's a school council's plan, but that is an avenue you can take.
Well, I think to Paul's Mayette's thing, he wanted to see a ELA goal as well.
I would just say the council needs advice from the committee as a whole, not individuals. So if that's what you collectively want, you need to collectively share that.
Because that's what the elementary school is doing, and especially if we're having this brand new ELA curriculum coming.
They're piloting, yeah.
No, but I'm just saying is the middle school should coincide with what's happening with that.
Yeah, so there's a pilot going on. It's not a full implementation yet. That's the pilot's this year, what the assumption is, right? Implementing next year. It's an assumption at this point.
Isn't this a 2021
Yep.
to 2024. So
Absolutely.
that's what I mean,
Yep.
it could be part of this, correct?
Absolutely. Yep.
And if I could just jump in to say that some of the, like, I think you could easily write the goals and with the work that's already going on, that there is a lot. Like, I've just been meeting with the math specialist and with Al, we've been looking at data, we've been talking about sort of plans moving forward. We have another meeting on the book, so, and that's just math. Also doing a lot of work with them with the ELA pilot. So there, I think, although it may not be documented as it is, I don't think that the work isn't happening and the conversations aren't happening.
I think the thing is when you look at MCAS scores and we talk about how we're not doing well in math, I think the community wants to make sure that we're focusing, making sure we're bringing up those math scores. And the only way that the community is going to see what we're doing is in these. You know, I'm not saying that none of you are doing, I mean, I'm always here as a support. I think all of you are doing great. It's just we need to be able to show our community what you're doing. It's not, if they come to me, I can tell them all the great work that you're doing, but this at least will, you can direct them to this document and they'll see what you're doing. That's just the way I feel about it. I could be wrong, but words and pictures are worth 1,000 words. I probably didn't say that right.
I just wanted to echo, I mean, I've been listening to Elle talk, so I know that everything that we've brought up, he's come back and said, well, we are doing this and we are doing this. So I think just more detail would help a lot of us, because you have had an answer and you have responded, and Anna, I was going to jump in before Anna did, so I would like to see the street data come forward. I would like to see, I think we've asked that of everyone that's come up, if you can give us a little bit more of that data you're using, but also I just think more in-depth would help us all understand the lengths you're going to for the students, because I do think it's there, and I do think you have a plan where you're going because you've answered everything, but just to see it on paper and to have things that support it would be helpful for all of us. And then when we do get asked within the community, we can point them to that document.
Fair enough.
I would agree with that. And goals so that you know where you're headed, and if you're not making the expected progress, you know, you have time to adjust within a 4-year plan or a 3-year plan, whatever it happens to be.
And to end on a positive note, I've heard from many parents that they're very glad about the world language coming back to the middle school. And I want to thank you for your hard work. I mean, this isn't easy. I know it's not. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Al. So as Patrick is coming up, I'm just going to share that Patrick has already spent a lot of time with you all in this plan. This plan should look really familiar because it's aligned with NEASC. So he has the ability to say, remember we talked about this in June, this was in June, this was in June. So
we did about 2 hours in June.
yeah, so Patrick can be ultra brief.
I don't know if anyone's ever said that about me, Brian.
I said can be.
Can be.
Before you start, I know we're past our 9:30. So as a committee, do we want to continue? I'm sorry, this is one of our policies that at 9:30 we have to ask whether we want to continue or not.
I was going to suggest an interruption to look at one of our agenda item number 3 very quickly.
They've agreed to continue.
So I want just to start by, thanking the work that has been done by the school council, all the dedicated members that I have, students, faculty, and parent and community representatives, to thank the work that's been done by each of the elementary and middle schools, and the faculty and staff there, as well as the administration, and then also thank central office for their support in going through much of this. As Brian said, in kind of my starting point, there's a significant correlation between what you saw coming out of the NEASC report that was presented out to the committee in June. Also, if you watched my super fun video that I sent out last week, with a lot of the themes that came out of that NEAS report and what is presented in the school improvement plan. So just in terms of the 4 goals that are present, so looking first to increase the consistency in our curriculum, delivery of instruction and grading with respect to course and level, focusing for goal 2, that we will ensure instructional strategies, procedures, and supports are in place to improve student learning and well-being in an effort to address the social and emotional health of all students. Goal 3, promoting student engagement and opportunities for students to be part of a broader community. And then goal 4, pursuing and implementing programs that will facilitate academic growth and development for all students. So I want to start out kind of where maybe some of the discussion just left off from the middle school, and just looking at some of our data that came out from MCAS. The same area of struggle, is present. So that math data, that the group that's meeting or exceeding expectations is lower than the state average, and that's the identified area that we've been trying to look at. I think one of the things that I haven't heard yet from any of the other principals, but was something that Anna really helped us with, was putting together a group to go through an instructional prioritization institute in the springtime, where we were looking district-wide at what we're doing in terms of our math strategies and starting to identify what might be a plan to go forward. And I want to say that was like a 8 or 10 hour process that we went through with colleagues from across the state and a facilitator, looking at how we can kind of strategize moving those gaps and moving forward. One of the specific areas that's been identified in the high school data, which should sound familiar from what you heard from each of the elementary principals and from Al in the middle school, was that there's a struggle around geometry and geometric thinking. We also had some areas that were struggles with number sense, but that thinking around geometry was a definite gap and deficit. One of the, I think, solutions that was put in place last spring that helped some of our bridge a little bit of that gap from the data that you see here to some of the embargo data that we currently have, was putting in some daily and weekly prompts that teachers were using with their students, really specifically targeting our geometry classes and our Algebra 1 and integrated classes. Our students in some of our CP1 classes, our CP2 classes, which is our college preparatory class and our college preparatory 2 level classes, and then our integrated classes those are the classes that are struggling the most when we start to get to looking at our MCAS data, and those are the specific classes that we're going to be focusing on this year in terms of their quarterly math assessments that they're having, and then some of the formative assessments and testing that they're doing leading up to that. We're really looking at wanting to make sure that we have common assessments in place so that we do have more interim data markers that we can do data analysis and tracking with, and that's going to be the focus of the math department's common planning time that's been put into the curriculum. So I think one of the subsequent points that you'll see as an action step was putting in place common planning time. That's been something that we've had in place for the last 2 years. And then this coming year, as we're starting to have different focal areas for each department, the maths focus area is really keying in on our geometry classes and our Algebra 1 classes to make sure that the instruction there is helping to bridge some of the gaps that we've identified as deficit areas. One of the other things, just to kind of put out there, and again, Linda, I hear your points that, we have deficits, we want to close the deficits, we want to have plans in place to make sure that that's happening. And it's just also remembering that some of the change, and Brian said change takes time when Catherine was speaking, But as we put in place different programs, from it to get from elementary school students all the way through each grade level, does take time for some of it to progress. So we're still waiting on some of that change to fully phase out. And that's not to say we don't want to bridge those gaps for the students we currently have, or we're just going to wait it out. But I think our hope is that as some of those new programs fully take hold and take effect, that will also show positive trends as students come through the middle school and the high school. So that, in terms of goal 1, that focal area on evaluating areas of academic concern, really specifically around mathematics, specifically around geometric thinking, that's an area that is a significant area of focus. It's something that we started last year, and it's going to be something that we're going to be continuing to work through. There's a decent bit there in the commentary in terms of what was done over the past year around the NEAS decennial visit, the vision of a graduate, all things that I'm going to kind of keep going around because we've had a significant amount of time talking about that. And if you have questions, I'm happy to explain more, but I'm trying to be brief. The other place where we've seen a lot of work put into place is really around the instructional practices and curriculum design within our world language department. So they have been undergoing a whole curriculum redesign for the past 2 years. They've received a tremendous amount of professional development and support both at the state level and now with a number of kind of experts in the world language field as they move to a proficiency-based approach. It's something that we're really excited in terms of where our world language department is headed. We're seeing students that are much stronger, especially in their spoken language. And one of the things that Madam Simons will say, and one of the things that we're so excited about the world language offerings coming back to 7th grade, is that our students need a set number of hours to be able to reach that higher level of proficiency by the time that they leave us. And without world language in 7th grade, and really ideally down into 6th grade, I'm hoping I can convince some of the elementary principals to move it down. Our students really struggle to get to those higher levels of world language proficiency. And then just a quick plug here before it comes back up later on. We're also seeing a significant curriculum redesign that's going along with the new state frameworks in our visual and performing arts classes. Again, it's more of a focus on kind of this proficiency-based approach. There's a focus on like artists' habits of the mind, artist intent, all of those things. And so we're really seeing some tremendous growth there. In terms of some of the progress towards achieving goals in other programming, we've continued to work at developing our summer school program as a way to keep students engaged. Hearing what Paul shared before in terms of wanting to provide students with continued opportunities to not fall behind. I think one of the markers that we look at is our passing rate for students, and I wish I had the data with me, Narissa, but our passing rate for students coming out of freshman year, because if we aren't able to capture them at that point, it becomes harder and harder for those students to get to graduation. And so that's really that key that we're targeting, is that what we're doing for students to catch them in their freshman year. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that transition as we go through the presentation, because we've really wanted to make sure that that's the group that we spend significant time, energy, and resources addressing their needs. We've heard a little bit already about the addition of the District Health and Wellness Coordinator with Ms. Briley, and bringing that position in has had a lot of benefit for the high school, in terms of providing programming for all of our freshmen and sophomores. We had Challenge Day programming that they all went through. We brought additional speakers in. We have a Bring Change to Mind club, that's a mental health club. We ran a Signs of Suicide program that all of our sophomore students went through as a mental health screening. And so there's, I think, a tremendous amount of mental health supports that we've been looking to put in place. In terms of our third goal, one of the pieces that I really wanted to highlight was just around our internship program. So we successfully sent out 25 students. You heard from Nicole earlier on about some of our students that were at the elementary schools. One of the things that was really exciting, one, that our students found success in those spaces, that we were able to partner with a whole host of different community organizations and businesses to provide our students with that real life work experience. But also, I want to say the vast majority of our students were paid through their internships, which was a huge deal for a number of them. We've worked with a couple of different state programs that have allowed for our students to get paid, and it actually, I want to say, every one of our students that interned within the district was being paid through state grants, which was just an amazing opportunity for our students, and then also provided additional training and support that some of our elementary schools could use as well. And so it was just a nice way for our students to be able to give back within their community. Other areas in terms of some of that collaboration within the district. So you heard a little bit about our mentor program with some of our high school students going down to the elementary schools to help support elementary school students. We had our group that was looking at issues of equity and race within the high school, do read-alouds and book studies at each of the elementary schools, and that was a wonderful, wonderful way for our students both to learn a little bit about how to lesson plan and prepare, and also make some of those connections with elementary school students and talk about challenging topics. And so that was just a truly amazing opportunity, and something that came from a bit of struggle that we were dealing with at the high school, but that our students led this initiative, and they had decided that that's what they wanted to focus their time, effort, and energy on, which was going and educating younger students so that they would be in a different place by the time they were the students that were at the high school level. One of the other really exciting partnerships that I want to give mention to is a partnership that we've been building and fostering with the YMCA, the Ipswich YMCA, and we've been working with Camp Cedar Mill and the folks at the Ipswich YMCA. So we've had in the last week all of our freshmen go for a freshman orientation day at the camp, a way to kind of build connection and focus on team building and really understanding one another while bringing everyone together. And then we've also developed a program that we're working with them for our students that are in our REACH programs. So students that typically have more emotional-based disabilities and require both typically special education support and therapeutics counseling support. And so they're participating in an 8-week program where they're going and getting a mix of outdoor education and counseling on a regular basis, with the kind of goal of front-loading a lot of the supports that would have taken months, if not years, to put in place. And so our hope is that we're able to build connection with those students that often struggle the most in that transition to high school. Again, really targeting our freshman and sophomore students so that they're able to more quickly progress within the mainstream setting. Again, if we focus on front-loading some of those supports, the hope is that we keep them from being students that are at risk at the end of their freshman or sophomore year, and that we keep them on track towards graduation. Then in terms of Goal 4, just some of the highlights of things that we were working on in this past year. the main thing that I wanted to focus on was just the addition of an instructional support team that we're putting in place for this year. We did a lot of work between the administration and our guidance department to utilize some of the resources that were being used at the elementary level and put in place structures that will be able to focus on students who have academic struggles that aren't yet identified for an ed plan, whether that's a 504 or an IEP, because we were noticing that as a gap in how we were identifying students that were struggling. We were focusing more on some of the social emotional needs and things that were happening outside of the classroom setting, and wanted to make sure that we were also addressing academic concerns that were present there. In the first goal, in terms of things that we're going to be prioritizing this year in 1A, I think one of the areas that we really want to look at is our focus on formative assessments. So what are the interim markers prior to that summative assessment so that we make sure that we're focusing on the learning and the learning process? We've had a lot of discussions, especially coming out of the pandemic, where students were taking retests over and over and over again and wanting to, instead of focus on the retest, focus on the learning before we got to the actual assessment. And so we've really started discussion around what does formative assessment look like and wanting to kind of push that forward. We have some departments that are much further ahead with that than others, and we're starting to look at how does that play out and where does that go? One of the other areas that that comes up in the goals that also is highlighted as an area of concern coming out of the NEASC report was 1C. Departments will have consistent grading practices within the same course and level. And what I would say really came out of parent feedback and student feedback was also consistency in terms of time frame in which students are getting work back. I know this has been a conversation that's been ongoing, but wanting to make sure that we're consistent both with our timelines, looking at having consistent grading practices, which is something that we're putting in place, and then also looking at what types of assessments and data we can draw from some of that. The other major component in terms of instructional practice that was highlighted in that NEASC report that is a focus of the professional development that teachers are receiving this year is increasing student-centered learning practices and increasing student-centered opportunities within the classroom setting. And so that bit of student ownership over the learning process is really something that's essential. And I know we had a long conversation about what that looks like in June and where that goes, but the biggest piece there is wanting to push students to own their learning. The teachers have already gone through their own educational process and done that work. We need our students to be owning that and doing the work as well so that they achieve their own level of mastery. In the second goal around looking at social emotional learning, in 2A is focused on LIFT, but one of the other components that I wanted to highlight that we put in place last year with our counseling supports is we also established group counseling where we had a number of students that were more comfortable working in either pairs or groups, but also it provided our counselors and clinicians an opportunity to focus on the way that they were working with students a little bit differently, and they were finding they were having some greater success. They've also started putting in place rating scales so that they can look at and track student progress towards their mental health, so that we're kind of taking, and I'm forgetting the name of the assessment. Starts with an R. I'm forgetting the name of the assessment they were using, Shannon. Yeah. I don't remember either. But it's a rating scale that allows for us to kind of track what that progress is. And that's something that we've already started to see progress with, but it also helps us when we're moving into IEP meetings to be more specific and targeted with what we're trying to address with our students. For 2E, and this is one of the things that I wanted to spend a couple minutes discussing, we're really looking at trying to think about what that transition looks like from 8th to 9th grade. And that's something that is really kind of an important piece to make sure that our students coming up are set up to be successful when they reach the high school. This summer, we had our first cohort that went through working with one of our special educators to prepare them for high school. We worked with the middle school administration and counseling or counselors to identify students that were at risk coming up and transitioning, and had a first cohort go through working on developing executive functioning skills so that they might be better prepared to transition. Our Kim Spinelli, who's one of our English teachers, she's also a reading specialist and has worked at both the middle school and high school, ran our summer program this past year and is working on planning a transition program that she wants to be able to put in place that will help identify middle school students come December and January, that we can then start looking at, are there interventions we can put in place even before we get to the summer, and then have another cohort that we're working with in the summer, or even some of the students in that same cohort, so that we're able to really prepare for our students coming up, so that we've got identified groups, we've got identified supports, and we've got kind of a plan in place, because if it takes us until the end of freshman year to identify some of those students, it at times is too late. And if we have students that fail 2, 3, 4 classes in their freshman year, it becomes so hard for them to graduate on time, and the likelihood of them making it to the end significantly declines. One of the other pieces that we're putting in place for our freshmen this current year is going to be attached to their guidance seminar. So one of the things that I'll just put in as a shameless plug that we have at Triton High School that is not really found anywhere else is the guidance seminar program that we have. So students having a guidance course that they see every other cycle, where they're meeting with their guidance counselor that frequently throughout the course of the year, working on anything from that transition into high school to college planning, to future career readiness. But one of the components, because the guidance seminar course typically ends at the end of 3rd quarter, we're going to be extending it out into 4th quarter this year for our freshmen to add a health and wellness component, something that that Kara Briley's been working on the curriculum development for, and we've got another high school teacher that's going to be helping to do some of the instruction alongside Kara Briley. So that's something that's really exciting. I know it's been a topic of discussion of my school council, wanting to make sure that we're finding inroads to get health and wellness into our generalized curriculum at a wider level for our students, and so it's exciting to be able to start putting something in place for our freshmen. In terms of goal 3, providing ways in which our students can interact with the wider community. So I've spoken a little bit about our senior internship program already. That's something that was a lot of work, and just to put out there, Jennifer Jones, who's our librarian and media specialist, really took ownership of that program last year. And it was outside of what her normal role is in terms of running the library, co-teaching with educators, and she did just a tremendous job of finding resources, finding community partners, getting students placed in jobs, and checking in with them and tracking their progress. And so she was an absolute force in making sure that the vision that the group that came to present to you fully came to fruition. In terms of student connectedness within the district, we talked a little bit about that mentor program, our equity group, interns going into the elementary schools. I think that's something that has become a more common practice and something that we're going to be looking at continuing. And then in terms of developing and implementing a communication strategy, I think that's something that I know I'm really excited about, the work that's already started with Andrea Tsai, and then looking at how we can work as a district to better communicate and interact with families, and how we bring in the broader community. I know that was one of the things that was highlighted in the initial data that came out of our collaborative conference and our self-study and our NEASC report, was that we needed to better engage with the community at large. And it's something that I think has been certainly helped by our internship program. We're really excited about where we see our environmental science pathway going. You know, that we've been working at developing a specific track for students to move through that, with the hope that our current freshmen will be the first group that can take advantage of that pathway. Where part of that will be working with community businesses and community partners around environmental issues, working with internships within the environmental science community, and then conducting research in the area. And so those are components that I think will be really exciting ways in which we can further interface with the community at large. And then the last piece that I really want to highlight in the third goal was the addition of the career counselor, that we are just so grateful that the committee supported through the budget process this past year. That's going to be the person who really helps facilitate some of this growth that we have as a school, moving students to a point where they are even more ready to enter the workforce. We look at about 11% of our student body each year going directly into the workforce following graduation. That number fluctuates a little bit, but it's pretty consistently around 10% going directly in. But for any other student, making sure that all of our students are leaving with well-structured resumes, with interview skills, with contacts in the field, with knowing how to access community resources and community supports for finding jobs, with making sure that our students, when they're going out in some of these internship opportunities, are both supported, prepared, and hopefully paid for the work that they're doing as well. Those are all like huge benefits that come from having a career counselor. And the other piece that she and our guidance department are working on is revamping our sophomore guidance curriculum so that it does have a more tailored focus towards future career planning and some backwards design. So even for our students who are planning to go to 2 or 4 year colleges directly out of Triton High School, for them to know, if I'm interested in this field, these are the things that I need to do to prepare myself for that, and to really have that long range vision. In terms of goal 4, I already spoke about it a bit, but the piece that I really wanted to highlight was just the addition of an instructional support team that we're working on putting back in place, and that's something that really hopefully will help provide Tier 1 and Tier 2 interventions, but primarily Tier 1 interventions for students who are struggling academically but aren't identified for any type of educational plan, because we need to catch our students when they start to struggle, not after they've been struggling and needing to be put on a plan. So that's something that we're really going to be focusing on putting in place. And I think the hope is that that gets coupled with some of the work that we're doing specifically around our mathematics instruction, so that we're looking at how what the interplay is in those places, and making sure that we're identifying, both best practices for in the classroom and also instructional strategies that will help support struggling learners. That's where I'm going to pause, and I hope I was brief, although I don't think I could ever consider that brief, but briefer.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Kelly? Narissa?
I just have one, and this is, it's quasi-related. The change in MCAS graduation requirements, do you feel like that's going to affect your plans moving forward at all?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so specifically looking at our math scores and the impact that it has there, I think one of the things that we want to, and I didn't explain this before, but that we're focusing on this year as well, is looking at our educational proficiency plans, so EPPs, and we've made a structural shift in terms of responsibilities between the administration and guidance department, where this is maybe more than people need to know, but it might be helpful context, where the administration took 504s and running 504 meetings, and the guidance department is going to be running more of the MCAS testing. But as part of that, one of our guidance counselors is specifically going to be focused on the EPPs and EPP process. And one of the things that Anna and I met about at the start of the school year that we're going to be working with this guidance counselor on, and then also with our math department on, is really looking at the data that we get from students that are specific to that student and identifying the areas that they have as gaps and struggles, so that when we are writing the EPP, it's more tailored to that student and less general, so that from the time that they've taken that MCAS exam, where they're still on track to graduate, and will meet their competency determination as long as they essentially pass their classes and make progress towards those areas that they had as deficiencies, but that we're being really specific in terms of the targeted deficiency areas that they have. So I think that's where I see it. And then again, we're going to be looking at the instructional strategies and the student data that's coming out of specifically our geometry CP1 and CP2 classes, and our Algebra 1, usually CP2 class. And the reason I say those classes, typically our sophomores who are in Algebra 2 started at a different place in terms of their high school math, and they've progressed to a point where they're not always, but the vast majority of the time more successful on MCAS. I'd say our students that are in Algebra 2 typically are proficient or exceeding expectations.
So it's less in this plan and more about kind of the traditional structure of identifying the students that kind of need that extra
Correct.
boost.
Yeah, so
Okay.
it's using the student level data that you can pull out of Edwin Analytics, and identifying what that specific student needs through the educational proficiency plan.
Perfect. And I'll just give you kind of the general whatever that I gave everyone else, which I know you've heard already, which is I would love to see some of this data. Clearly you have a lot of things that are like practically checked off here. So it would be just nice to know that you've kind of hit those outcomes. Thank you.
Before I started, I made a note on the top of and that says need more data. So that was before I presented. I wrote that down because I was pretty confident that was going to be the feedback you gave me.
I hate to be predictable, but thank you.
I have a question on the internship. I know we had a conversation last year about some students who may possibly want to go into the trade. And I know one of the points that you made was about the OSHA requirement. Is there a way that the career readiness counselor could possibly speak to the kids like in their junior year that they should take that OSHA class?
Yes.
To get them ready that possibly have an internship in a trade their senior year?
Yes. Yep. And depending on their area, that's also something that we could look at with our technical education teacher and the course that he's running as well.
I think that would be great.
Yep.
Anybody else have any other questions? Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you.
And I want to thank all of you for being here, and thank you for the work that you do. I know it's hard work, especially now. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Prover.
How do you say the vote with adding in the middle school?
I think you've gotten right to approve the school, so you just specify the 4 schools.
Yes, you should all go home. Thank you all. We have to do some voting and stuff, but thank you all. Great job.
Yes. Can I have a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve the Newbury Elementary School, Pine Grove School, Salisbury Elementary School, and Triton High School school improvement plans for the 2021 to 2024 school years as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Oh, it's good.
Paul went to the bathroom. Oh, yeah. No, I see his bag. Is that his bag? Oh, he did tell me that he might have to leave. Oh, okay. And could I have a motion? We have to do the middle school, right?
No.
do you wait until it's amended?
Don't have to do anything. Right?
So you can, similar to the elementaries and the high school we talked about, we can add the data and put it in there. So you don't have to have that in your motion. If there's something specific like we would approve the plan with the addition of a math and ELA goal, you can do that. And it doesn't have to come back to you. It would be shared with you again, but it wouldn't necessarily be an approval process. Or you can ask for it to come back.
I think that would be best.
What would the committee?
I think it would be best to have it come back so that we can, if he adds both math and ELA, I don't know if he's gonna have to choose to drop one of his existing goals or what the situation's gonna be, so I think it's safest to say, come back for a quick presentation and then take a separate vote then. No, yeah, because nothing's happening. It's on Linda, planning her next agenda.
Okay, then, the next item on the agenda is the school committee goals. Attached to the agenda, you'll find a one-page draft of the goals that came out of our goals workshop. I think this is pretty much as we discussed, with additions of dates to help keep us on track. Are there any questions or comments on the goals? Could I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the school committee goals for the 2022-2023 school year as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Okay, next item on the, yay, policy BEDH edits. PNA has been working on new language for this policy, so I'm going to turn it over to Paul for an explanation.
At 10:30 at night. Can I just say
Not the day for this.
The policy edit is leave intact. Best efforts will be made to end the public meeting by 9:30 p.m. We are recommending to strike unless it is the consensus of the committee to continue. Alternate dates will be established in advance to complete unfinished business. This way, we do not need to find the consensus of the committee to continue, and we can stop voting on this.
Okay, can I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve policy BEDH as edited and proposed by the Policy and Advocacy Subcommittee as a first reading.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? The next item on the, oh, Paul. The school committee delegate from MASC, MESS conference. Every year at the conference, there is delegate assembly, and each school committee appoints one member to attend and vote on the resolutions. At our October meeting, the delegate here will receive feedback from the rest of the committee on the resolutions, but for now, we just need to choose a delegate so that the paperwork can be submitted. I vote to have Paul Lees.
Me too.
So I make a motion to appoint Paul Lees as the delegate to the MASC annual delegate meeting in November as determined by the committee, and I'll be the alternate.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Okay. Next item is the Stadium Garden
Tomorrow, before he
policy.
finds out about the vote.
I made myself the delegate, so if he doesn't want to do it, I'll take it over. So I'm going to say that's what happens when you leave early from the meeting.
That's right.
You get appointed. Okay, the next item is the Stadium Garden Policy FFA. Superintendent Brian Forget will take us through the new developments on the stadium landscaping.
So I will ask you, given the fact that it is 10:31 PM, and this is not an urgent matter, you have the information here as a general rule. We're talking about, you have the architectural updates and drawings to show. This is not to show the updates. This is actually landscaping that we had talked about back in 15 and 16 with the project. TEF has 18,000 left in a fund to put towards this landscaping to pay SLS to do this. Part of that process is to put benches in place and to continue with the brick pavers. We cannot find on record. Nicole played archaeologist to try and find the record of the vote to waive the policies that don't allow you to name, and there's names on those bricks. So we can have a bigger discussion if it's an easy one and you want to just approve it and we can move on, or will of the committee.
I think we should, because I know Paul had some things on it, so
Okay.
I'd much rather wait for when Paul would want to be part of the discussion. The next item is the website and rebranding update. Superintendent Brian Forget will now provide an update on the website and rebranding efforts.
Please just tell us it's happening at the end of the month.
We have a go-live date of September 29th. I'm saying it
He's
publicly.
saying on record.
So, and everyone to my right just shot me looks. I'm not going to say a lot other than to say there's a couple kinks that could delay that. We were hoping for that first week in October. The company pushed it back and said they're all on vacation, so we have to do it before they go or after they go. So September 29th, there could be a couple pages. They won't say coming soon. That might not be fully updated, but I can confidently say everyone will be pleased. It is an amazing improvement in the content and the ability for everyone to update their content. So connected to that, Nicole and I met with Andrea Sai again today to talk about, I have a draft of the report in hand that we reviewed quickly, got to do a little more detail digging through that, but great recommendations. Nothing in that report as far as the strengths and the weaknesses shocked me. I don't think anyone will be shocked by them, but it speaks to just a district-wide, very collaborative, very comprehensive approach to our communication strategies that starts with the website and builds out from there. So more on that. We can talk about, I want to share it with you as a chair first and the approach of how that gets shared with the committee and publicly. But yes, great steps, great progress. The other piece of that is the logo. And so we actually have a student focus group meeting on Friday, a cross-section of athletes and artists and you name it, a cross-section from the high school as students to give feedback on the options that were thrown out as well. So we have about 200 entries from the survey that went out internally just with staff. And again, the goal being, once we come up with 2 or 3 designs, putting those out to a vote community-wide, but we want to continue to refine before we put those out to a vote. We will be launching the website without the new logo and then updating the website when the logo is done.
Maybe turn your microphone on.
The new logo, or did you say it and I missed it?
I did not say it. I'm not going to give you a timeline on that because I want to honor the process. I'm very interested to see what the students come up with. So it's, there was I will tell you the response on you've seen the helmet idea, the ship idea, and the Viking idea. Vast majority, 55-ish%, liked the Viking. There were comments about gender neutrality. People like the ship because of there's no gender issues, but it's way too close to being a Clipper next door in Newburyport. Some people like the helmet, not a lot of people. But I'm very interested to hear from the students and hear their perspective because, again, not sharing any context other than here's the options that we've come up with so far. Give us your thoughts. So I would say within a month or two would be my goal.
Superintendent's report. Brian will provide his monthly report.
Okay, so again, trying to be brief, given that it's now 10:36. So the general update on and again, you have this in writing, so I'm not gonna belabor any of the points. General update for the school year opening. It has been an incredibly positive opening. I've been through the schools. I've been spending more time going to open houses, and it's so nice to see people, to see smiles. Students clearly are more engaged, staff are more engaged. This is not to say that everything is rosy and perfect. There's still challenges. It's still, education is still a challenging place to be for all the challenges and behaviors that the principal spoke about. But we are seeing positive trends across the board. There was a question raised, and I didn't note it in here. We talked about this. The beginning of the year, we had quite a few challenges with our communications, and a lot of that stemmed to the rollover of data in Aspen. Greg Kulowick, who's our Director of Technology, we have a plan in place to make sure that doesn't happen again next year, but a lot of it had to do with the delay in state reporting, which drives our ability to roll the student forward, right? All the first graders become second graders and on up, which didn't allow us to communicate as early as we'd like. So we have a plan in place for next year, but to acknowledge that it wasn't smooth. There was, and Catherine has shared it specifically at Salisbury, the system they used wasn't tied in, and so information that was thought to have gone out hadn't gone out. Kindergarten, I know there was some frustration with kindergartners families who didn't get the information. The understanding was that it had gone out and it hadn't. So there was certainly some misfires at the beginning of the year. Again, a plan in place to make sure that doesn't happen again. And even through the discussions we've had with Andrea Tsai, we've talked about systems like Constant Contact, or there's have you seen the Pine Grove newsletter? Has it started coming out yet, the S'more? Yeah, so that format, yes, but something like a S'more or a Constant Contact that allows us both to have, we need internal communications that's not for public, i.e. we need to contact the sixth grade families about something, but we also need something where people can sign up, and anyone, Aunt Susie from Toledo can sign up for the newsletter as well, something like a Constant Contact. So working through what our communication tools are, there are things that are the reverse 911 for snow days and emergency, but there needs to be a better tool for the routine news and information, so it's not dependent on Blackboard. So that's the beginning of the year. Middle school, high school schedule, we talked about this a little bit. Al alluded a bit to it, and I guess I would say if there's an interest in more discussion about this, we can have Patrick and Al come back and do a presentation. This is on me for not sharing it back out. As Al mentioned, this shifted back last year. We started down this path towards an aligned schedule with two things in mind. One, as the populations, we knew it was decreasing and continuing to decrease. We've stabilized a little bit at the district level at about 2,200 students. But as we had dropping enrollment, that if we were needing to share staff between the two campuses, an aligned schedule is required for that to happen. The second piece was opportunity for students to take classes up at the secondary level if they were performing at an advanced level and needed that challenge. So those, obviously, there were lots of other little reasons. Those were the two main drivers. Certainly to have an aligned schedule, there were things that, concessions that the high school had to make that weren't perfect for the high school, and there were things that weren't perfect for the middle school. Having a drop in a rotation is challenging, especially for seventh graders coming in. So about a year and a half ago, I was meeting with Patrick and Al, and they kept trying to make it work, and there were cogs. We've had, I will say, I don't have an exact number, a handful of students over the 5 years that have taken advantage of taking it. It's been high school math classes. Largely that has to do with it's not just a student's academic capacity to be ready to be an 8th grader and be sitting in a high school class. There's a lot of development and capabilities socially and emotionally ready to be in a high school class. So that's not to say it wasn't right for those students and it couldn't have been right for more, but ultimately we didn't see the number of students taking advantage of that or being ready to take advantage of that as we had anticipated. So the converse of that being we also were only sharing VPA staff, and there was no change. The fear was, are we going to have to lay off staff if we can't keep people full-time at the middle school or high school? And ultimately that didn't pan out as well. So we shifted back last year to a schedule that's not completely aligned. There are periods of the day where it is aligned, and obviously it was sharing a cafeteria and to and from the gym, so there are certainly times when it's not aligned as it was that would allow a student from the middle school to take a high school class or to share staff between the two schools.
Even if they had like a study or something that happens to be that period that they're free?
They're not the same period.
It's not the same period. So that's what changed.
It's not the same period, it's not the same class length, it's not the same transition time between
Not the
class.
same rotation.
But how did 8th graders get identified for this? Because I have an 8th grader now and I had an 8th grader last year and I had no idea that this program was even in place.
So it's not a program that's in place. I mean, that is the key, is that it was, the idea going in is it would not be the norm. It's not a good thing that if, personal opinion, for 8th graders to routinely be taking classes up at the high school level. Ideally, students at the middle school, personal belief, I would love to have a 6 through 8 or 5 through 8 middle school, but it's not. Ideally, kids are being challenged within the course content as a middle schooler within the middle school, right? Certainly at the elementary level, we're differentiating in a different way, right? As a comprehensive, what's the term I'm looking for, right? A classroom teacher at first grade is teaching all of the content, and there's a different focus and different ability to differentiate at that level as we're learning to read, learning to do math. As you go higher in the grade levels, you have different levels of courses, and then obviously at the high school, different courses entirely. So ideally, we have students being able to have their needs met within their school. There are students who are ready to bypass, I should say, a course, and those were the students who ended up taking, was it high school algebra, that took a high school course.
Well, you're able to take Algebra 1 in 8th grade now, right?
Yeah, so we do have one student right now at the middle school who's taking a high school level class, and he's scheduled with the math specialist for the time, and he's doing it over EduSeer. So he's getting some support from the middle school math specialist, getting the high school content, but through an online platform. And that's because we just had one.
So, and ultimately, then the decision came down to, we have a structure that provides a benefit, right, for some students, but at the same time, provides an overall structure for the student body as a whole that doesn't allow us to maximize the other courses for all all middle school students, whether it be enrichment or it be intervention or the like.
So are you saying that if you have more students that qualify for that, Anna, would more students be able to do that same thing, or after this year, they won't be allowed to?
I think, my understanding from my conversations with Al is they're anticipating one student from the 7th grade who would be next year an 8th grader in the similar position. We'll have to, I think, at some point talk about how do we budget in for EduSeer, which I don't think is a huge cost, but, or a similar platform, if that's the route we're going to go.
I just feel that, you know, right on the front of our page, it says excellence for all. So if you have students that require that, to challenge them, that we should be.
And that's a way we can, right? And that's a way we could do it without disrupting the schedule
Right.
for the rest of the middle school.
Yes, I
And Al
agree.
spoke about teams, right? And there's middle schools in general believe strongly in teams, especially when you leave the elementary at 6th and go to 7th. That structure of having those students socially and emotionally supported in a different way is powerful, right? And we couldn't do teams with the aligned schedule.
So Brian, didn't they also eliminate an elective to be able to make the schedule work this way? Because now G is flex period and they don't have, do they still have wellness and executive function and, nope,
do
they
not
eliminated it all,
currently, right?
didn't they?
They do have wellness.
They have wellness.
They have wellness. I don't believe they have executive functioning any longer because they have the world language plus.
But the writing, oh, we had some of the curriculum stuff that we said that we wanted to prep them for coming into middle school and learning.
So we have a reading and math full-time interventionist at the middle school. So it's, again, a general writing class does not exist, correct?
Not any longer.
Not any longer. But there's,
Reading, writing lab was available previously, which was a lot of writing.
yes.
So I can just say, I would love to have a larger conversation, because there were things I wasn't aware of, like Patrick saying tonight about the foreign language hours. But a lot of the feedback that I've been hearing has been that, that for inevitably, there are going to be students who feel like they are marooned on a team, like they don't know anyone else that's there in their classes. It happens, right, in that sort of a situation. And last year, the way it was set up, and I assume in the years previous, they had some capability in their classes to be outside of their team, which allowed them contact with, I think, kids that they felt connected to, especially coming into 7th grade, where they don't know 2/3 of the students in the school, and that's been lost. And then, in addition to that, visual and performing arts has been, the band and chorus has been cropped down to fit into flex time rather than a full period like it was last year. And those students, for part of their week, have to go to the opposite grade lunch in order for both 7th and 8th grade to be in band and in chorus at the same time. So 7th graders are in 8th grade lunch sometimes, and 8th graders are in 7th grade lunch sometimes. So they had that was their, in some cases, remaining social period to be together. And they are now in the other grades' lunch during some of that time that they would traditionally be social. There are probably a great many benefits, but I think right now what I'm hearing is a lot of drawbacks from especially 8th grade student body. And I'm hoping when Al said street data, I was like, yes, please, because I'm sure this would, if someone was asking, this would come to light. But I think I would appreciate a greater understanding of this on an agenda down the road.
Learning with a sip, so.
Does anybody have anything else?
I'd just say, Denise, I totally agree with both of what you said, just having 8th graders and having going 7th, 8th, massive change, no advance notice that this was coming. And it was day one that they found out. Expectations, you're going to have a ton of homework, but you're not going to have G periods. So it wasn't, the communication, I think, wasn't that great coming home. So we're just trying to work it out now still of what's going on.
Have more discussion about that.
I have to say, I almost asked Al tonight, and then I just felt like I could not ask that on top of the comments I already made.
I'm hearing that you're more interested in hearing from the impact on the middle school there really isn't a huge impact on the high school. I mean, it's just right, it's not. So we were the middle school more aligned to the high school schedule because there's only so much you can do at the high school schedule without impacting, right? You can go to set rather than rotating or a waterfall, but you can't, you have graduation requirements, and so there's a number of periods you need in a 7-day cycle. So it was more the middle school aligning to the high school. So the shift brought the middle school schedule more changes.
So Brian, the only advantage, obviously, other than efficiency that would be created by having shared services, shared staff, the only, what I'm hearing, it's only really the math program, those that would benefit to go into a 9th grade math program from a middle school perspective. There's not any other classes that...
The arts is cut again. So arts is going from a 7-day schedule, which obviously they dropped once, to a 6-day schedule, which is actually now a 5-day schedule. So the chorus and the band are on a 5-day schedule. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, you go to band. Monday, Wednesday, or Monday, Thursday, you go to chorus, but some days you go on Tuesday to chorus, and some days you go to Tuesday on band. So if you're in both, you're flip-flopping every week what your schedule is. And the amount of time that the instructors get with them is less. So we're talking about bringing back arts into our schools and trying to redevelop our arts programs, but we're slashing it again.
So that's why I was kind of asking, the only advantage would be of a math program, those that would be able to get, the
advantage of the aligned schedule.
Yeah, the aligned schedule would be for one, efficiency, for shared, if we, okay, maybe foreign language, I would imagine, but then the other one would be math. There's not anybody that can take an advanced English class, or, they're just not ready to do that, right?
Could happen, right? We didn't say it would only be math, because if it's aligned, the schedule is open, right? So it depends on what a student has at the middle school and what period is open. But on any given period, there'd be a breadth of programming offered during a period on the rotation. So the arts piece that wasn't a benefit of the aligned schedule. That's a byproduct of the current version of the middle school schedule. Does that make sense? So it wasn't the added time.
Understood. I understand.
That was the opposite.
We were talking about it.
Wasn't about the alignment, if that makes sense. So we'll be back with more. Speech and language staffing, just to let you know, we in the budget took a part-time position in contracted services and made that just one full-time. We're actually adding 1 day of contracted services with the assumption, I don't know, Shannon, if you want to jump in, with the assumption that there's some assessment being done, particularly at the secondary level, that we believe will allow us to shift back to that one full-time person eventually. Is that a fair summary? Yeah. Brick Garden, we talked about. Triton Arts, I shared that information with you that Triton Arts was awarded the rights to do Frozen the musical, the only high school in the state of Massachusetts. It was the Frozen States of Disney, or what was it called? Oh, the United States of Frozen. Sorry, I had to throw Disney in there. So because the musical shifted to a fall rather than spring, it was too quick for this fall, so it's going to be next fall that they'll be doing the production. Question?
Yes, when is this going to get announced? Because I think this is big, and I think people will be excited.
public,
And I
it's
was
out there.
like, when's it going to hit social media? When's it going to come out? And then even
hit-
as an addendum in an email?
Triton Arts threw it all over the place. It was out there. Really?
I mean, I've seen it, obviously, I've seen it, but not. And I would just probably mention that at the DCC too, that's a big thing.
Yeah. I asked for a part, and it was, big summer blowout.
Also, while we're on that, Patrick's NEASC accreditation thing went internal and it went to towns, but it didn't go to the community at all, and it would be really nice to see his, yeah.
What do you mean the community at all?
Like,
Parents?
no, it went to parents. It hasn't gone out to the general community, like just as an announcement. Like, you have social media, people follow it who are.
Social media? It was on Triton. Kenny picked it up and.
I don't believe so. If so, I missed it.
All right.
I know. I've heard about you and your Facebook habit.
No comment. So are we good on Frozen? Excellent. So just to alert you, I am going to do recess with the superintendent. As I said earlier, I'm spending more time in the schools, and I thought, what a wonderful way. I'm not telling you what I'm going, but I'll be rotating once a month, starting at Salisbury sometime early in October. And once a month, I'll be spending the 2.5 hours outside with the monitors and with the kids. Whether it's 5 degrees or it's 90 degrees, I'll be out there with them, having some fun, doing fun, organized games.
You gotta learn how to play Gaga.
Yes.
Gaga? Oh, I'm fully gonna have no knuckles left. That's my goal. Yeah. I just have to remember that I'm bigger than all them, and I just have to oh yeah, not too competitive.
I'm sure the nurses get the adult-sized Band-Aids for you.
Yeah, I'll bring my own Band-Aids. Just some data here, and again, I'm not going to belabor the point, just to share with you the longevity of our current staff, and we keep talking about all of the changeover, but just a couple bullet points that we've done some analysis. 47.1% of our entire employee base over the entire district has been with us for 5 or less years. 63.7% have been employed for 10 or years or less. If you take that and look at support staff, so not teachers, not instructional assistants, not administrators, all office support, coordinators, technology, all of those folks, 65% are 5 years or less, 80% or 10 years or less. So when we talk about all of the change and sometimes things happening slowly, like websites, right? There's a reason for that. So just to throw that out there, it's, as I shared there, it's great because there's new energy and perspective, but by the same token, there's a lot of institutional knowledge that went out the door. That includes good institutional knowledge. There's things that we get away from we're doing it because that's the way we've always done it, but there's also a lot of kind of history that helps you along in making change. So that's been an interesting process, but we have great people. The crop of new hires this year has been absolutely phenomenal, regardless of the. I'm crapping out. Nope, it's back on. It was just warning me. I know, seriously, 11 o'clock. We're making progress on our hires. When we last spoke, we now have a candidate. We had an open technology at Tech 2, Level 2 Tech. We had an open head custodian at Newbury. We had an open cafeteria manager at Pine Grove. We have IA, so we're almost to full capacity for our staffing, which I will say is not the case in other districts. So people are deciding to come work with us. Dress code, someone needs a charge. Dress code update, just to share with you, this is happening, this review of dress codes is joining our side. Nicely done. Oh, how poetic, Paul. He gets that new job and joins the other side. That's right. Just for the dress code, we are not alone in the process of reviewing our dress code, and as we've gone through this process, our attorney has been doing this in tandem with several other districts. So I'm going to be putting the draft that the working group came up with, and our leadership team has spent a lot of time talking about it. We have some comments and also a model that our attorney literally generated kind of as a through the process, and it just came to fruition over the last month. Going to be sharing that back with the working group to say, here's what an attorney would say we should say, what do you like, what do you don't like? Ultimately, we need to make sure that the policy passes legal muster, but want to honor the process that working group went through and bring them back together to allow them to have some thoughts and discussion about that. So that's going to delay it a bit. It will probably be, we have to put that out, the next step for that is to put it out to public comment. So my guess is it'll be October. We'll see when we can get the group back together and whether that's one discussion or is it two discussions. But I want to honor the process and get this right, because this can be a big issue if we don't get it right. School safety, just to confirm that we are having our standard response protocol training with all of the districts and school safety committees. So there's one committee from each school. So it's about 60 people between the safety committees and all the police officers and chiefs from each towns. So that's a positive step. And then just to note that operational efficiency bill that was passed, that has been a long time in the making. Thank you to Senator Lewis and Rep. Garlick for proposing that years back. It's gone back and forth, but that just, in summary, increases the threshold where we need to do sealed bids up to 100,000, and you all know the cost of things, so it is amazing how quickly you get to $100,000.
I think it's, you should be shouted out as well, because you went in front of that committee and gave a whole big spiel about this particular thing. So I think it was because of you that they passed it.
Well, certainly not. This is the Forget bill.
Right.
Well, I'm certainly not going to be invited back to any of their hearings based on what I said, so.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for Brian? No? Okay.
Make a motion to receive, make a motion to receive and file the monthly report of the superintendent of schools.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Okay. Subcommittees, policy and advocacy, Paul Goldner to update.
Okay, we met today. We reviewed Section D finance. We have final review on a bunch of policies coming your way next month. We reviewed harassment and bullying policy, Title IX policy updates, and a whole bunch of procedures that Brian put together. So if you would like to see exactly what is coming your way next month, you can look at the 250 pages or so that's in there. We got, and then we have a meals policy edit, file EFD, that will be coming your way next month as well. And we're meeting again in, I believe, 3 weeks.
Okay, finance, Paul Mayette. Okay. Personal negotiations, Paul Lee's not here. Susanna?
Yep. We have our first meeting with the TRTA on next week, the 28th. Yeah, planning it. Yeah.
Okay. Before we adjourn, I'd just like to say thank you to all of you for all the work that we do. I know it's going to be tough. I'm talking here. I know it's going to be a tough year, but I know that we, as a team, can pull together with our administrators and give them all the support they need to get where they have to be. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Any-
Motion to adjourn. Second.
Any discussion? Have a nice evening.